live. Unfortunately, I sort of scrambled to get into the. Okay. Well, that answered my question as to whether or not I'm live. We've got our quality options, so that's good. But yeah, obviously I'm a little bit later for starting. I know that's kind of. I guess it's not necessarily a surprise. I'm just going to adjust the mic stand here for a second. I suppose that's not much of a surprise on a Friday, although I'd like it if I could sort of enshrine it as either a yes, I'm going to be late, or no, I'm not going to be late. As it is, I will be doing a stream related thing tomorrow. And the best I can say will be you can check out the YouTube channel for the details, because I'm still not 100%. I know there's been sort of an announcement of this, so some of you might be able to put two and two together, but just in the absence of sort of being told, hey, you're okay to talk about this, I'm going to go with my original plan, which is to just sort of direct people to where I'm streaming at the moment. But that's not what we're here for today. We're here for Hollow Knight tonight. So I don't want to spend too much time talking about stuff unrelated to the game. There's a couple things about the game that I wanted to say though, and I also really need to sneeze, so I'm just trying to buy time until it finally shoots out. Nope, still not coming. But yeah, I will say that this week has been really hard on the sleep front, so I think I'm kind of in a similar state to what I was last week, and I actually feel really bad about that, because I know it does affect the quality of the streams, and you want to do your best every time you go online, but I do also just kind of need to acknowledge, like, in the end, especially when you have a job, like, there's only so much you can do, and in fact one of the reasons why I'm a bit later is I did sort of crawl under the covers and set an alarm, but it seems that I kind of it seems like I just slept through that alarm, so that I think gives you an idea of the need. But I did want to talk a little bit about where we're at in Hollow Knight. I think what's sort of interesting, we're obviously very close to the completion. Hey, Kira Charlie, how you doing? It's actually just talking about how sleepy I am. Otherwise, I'd say things are pretty good. I'm really hoping, if I can, to sort of break a few projects that I've sort of been treading water on. I just kind of feel if I can get sort of this jam done, and then be a little bit more disciplined in sort of starting and finishing in a row, and sort of get a bit of a cadence in terms of just releasing things, or at the very least, like, delivering on steps. I think I have a feeling I'm going to feel a little bit more satisfied with the work that I'm doing, as well as just generally find that I have more time than I think I do. But I hope you're doing well tonight. Tired from work yourself? Ah, that's great. Yeah, you've been. I think for the last few times you've been sort of the first name that I see in chat, which is a delight. And I do apologize for being a later start tonight. I'm sure you've probably noticed Fridays I'm a little bit bad for starting past 8, and that's something I'd prefer to. Excuse me. I'd prefer to get I'd get past, but there's something nice about sort of decompressing at the end of the day as well. And of course, because of the weekend, I do have the option of sleeping in if I need, and I go late, which used to happen quite a bit on Hollow Knight. But yeah, I am really interested in where we're at in terms of Hollow Knight, for the simple reason that I have the option whenever I want to say, you know what, I'll just leave the Pantheon alone, and I'll get to the end of the game, and I can either finish the Pantheon on my own time, or I can, move on to another game, or I can, there's any number of things that I can do. And I do like the idea of really seeing this thing through to the end. That doesn't mean that I'm going to say, at all costs, if I've been doing this for like a month and I don't have any progress on the final Pantheon, clearly I'll reevaluate that. But what interests me the most is that we've practiced the fights that I'm in. I sort of know them reasonably well, and yet it feels like the collector is still something that's just enough to sort of keep me from progress. So this is an interesting one for me, just in terms of, me working through how I approach and how I learn games. Like, all of my usual avenues for improvement have they're not been exhausted, but they're definitely something that have been tried. And there's something that's still sort of keeping me from hitting the milestone. I said the halfway stage just so that I can keep my expectations reasonable, but obviously the goal on this is to get to the end of the Pantheon, and I just don't see any reason to do anything less. But in this case here, we'll see, at the very least, getting to the halfway point will have meant that we get past the Collector, and I feel that, beating the Collector in the context of the Pantheon once will sort of be evidence that it can happen, and at that point it's a little bit like any of the others. Just get your rhythm, get your sea legs, and make it happen. So with that in mind, let's jump in. And we're just going to go to the Pantheon straight away. Let's see how we do with a cold open. Wait, this is the wrong one. Yeah, well, I want to do the bindings. And it's kind of one of these things where if I sort of wanted to know what the game would tell me in terms of the percentages, I always have the wikis and stuff like that, right? But in this case, I tend to I just want to have the opportunity to sort of experience the game. I guess I don't know if I can say as intended. Like, obviously, most developers now are going to make a game. Oh, that was a little bit of a boneheaded move. Hey, how you doing, Night Valiant? Yeah, like, the big thing is that I think most developers now sort of know that wikis exist. Like, it would be odd for something like a Dark Souls or a Bloodborne to be made, especially after, like, sorry, a Dark Souls sequel or a Bloodborne to be made after the experience of the first game and have the team not know what, how players are reacting to that sort of experience. But one of the big things for me is that so much of Hollow Knight and so much of the genre, which I've now kind of come to appreciate in a way that I didn't when I started, I think one of the things that's really gotten to me has definitely been the feeling of exploration and being able to appreciate how the game sort of tells me what I need to know, or how I failed to realize some things that the game wanted to tell me in that. And so, whether or not I know that the bindings are required or not, the fact of the matter is that there are things that seem to be happening in response to me working with those bindings, particularly with regards to this area. And so as a result, it gives me a reason to work with it. It also gives me a small amount of bragging rights, because I remember, I think when I took the Fluke Marm or something like that, somebody had said that they beat it when they weren't as powerful as me. So it's kind of nice to have all of these bindings and then be like, ah, yeah, it's not that hard. Anyways, let's have a better showing on the Hive Knight. Oops. Okay, I'm gonna try and do a heal where I can. Okay, so overall not a bad little recovery from some health. It's a shame that I missed the... Oh, wow. Double mistake. So that might have been a good time for me to try and heal, but... Yeah, I think we kind of got the dash through approach last stream pretty early on. This is one thing that I find, like, one reason why I sort of prefer to kind of go in my own way on games is that I'm able to sort of respond to what I feel works. So one of the reasons why I wouldn't dash through enemies for a while would be that there seemed to be some inconsistency in terms of how effective it was. And now, at least in the case of the Hive Knight, I don't feel that. There's obviously a way that you can dash through these rings that sort of leaves you unscathed. Obviously, I'm sort of messing that up now. But where I can, I take advantage of it. Although I don't rely on it because it's one where I still sort of fail on execution in some cases. So what I'm sort of relying on here is I'm gonna keep the souls because I don't know how much is left on our opponent, and I'm gonna rely on the fact that I am able to avoid the damage. Okay, so that paid off. Right. Okay, I tried to dash there, but... So obviously a lot of this is wasted effort. There we go. Oh, I lost everything on that. Ah, all right. I just needed a chance to reset things. Ah, nuts! I didn't bounce off the top, but that's yeah, I don't know. I feel like that was a little bit of progress. I obviously let myself get overwhelmed at the end there, and part of that is at least because I was relying too much on healing. But as far as early runs go, there's not a lot to complain about there. So let's just try. So one of the things here is let's see if we can capture some of what worked there and repeat it, because it's not enough to just have a good run. Obviously, you want to be able to. Obviously, you want to be able to recreate the things that you did that went well. This is a good chance to heal. Oh, it would have been a good chance to heal if I had read that. Explosion a little bit better. Oof. Well, at least I didn't die. There we go. All right, that was pretty sloppy. There's some silly things I did there, but that's fine. That's something we can recover from pretty easily. I was too busy looking at the spike. You'll probably have noticed that the spikes are one of the things I most reliably get hit by. So I wanted to try and keep an eye on those and didn't pay attention to him getting ready to bounce on my head. Okay, so this I should really try and get as much damage as I can. That was the absolutely wrong move to make against him there. Okay. Oops. I'm trying to recover this health and I'm screwing up. Oops. Alright, so there's not a lot to be proud of on that run, but we got through it, and we're max souls, max masks, so at least that's a lesson in recovery. Oh, didn't quite get the timing right. Oh, another missed time. Okay, so I gotta heal, and then, again, I'm not quite sure what his health looks like, so it might be I just do sort of minor attacks for the duration. Oh, jeez. I feel like it's a shooting offense if you get a body blow from the. Body blow doesn't quite. That has a different meaning, but if you get hit by Elder Hu, I can understand the rings. Like, the rings aren't always the easiest thing to keep track of, but he's not exactly the most. He's not the most fearsome physical combatant. Oof, I almost got hit there. Oh, nuts! That would have been an okay dodge otherwise. Okay, so this is where I start to panic and want to heal. I definitely... Oh, nuts. I definitely need to get a heal in. Unfortunately, I think I let the thing run away from me. Okay, well, we're not dead, but... That's a pity. So that's kind of the same... This is the one drawback, right? This is the same way that I died last time in terms of getting overwhelmed. And the trick that I run into on this is that it's very hard for me to decide when it's appropriate to heal and when it's appropriate to try and clear the board. So maybe that's something for me to focus on. Oh. Okay, that was a late heal, but it was actually the bees that got me. Oh, man. So I think I'm just going to try and end this one. I know I can't heal because these bees do still damage you during the... Oh, and they take away my souls too? That's... Oh, hang on, no. Looks like they did give me a heal off of that. Sorry for the silence, but... Alright. So let's see if we can have a slightly better showing on the collector here. careless. Okay, this is clearly a chance to heal. I probably would have been damaged if he didn't jump up, so I should count my lucky stars that he... Oops, that was careless. Oh, that was a chance to heal, if nothing else. Okay, overall not a bad recovery. Obviously, if those had been something other than the fleas, I would have been in quite a bit of trouble, but... Right, not great. Definitely I don't need to clear out a one-hit enemy with... Okay, this is Alder's still around. This is getting a little scary. Oh, that's a real shame. I was actually going to try and go without healing. But, I misread it. Okay, so we're at least reliably getting to the collector, and I feel like I'm sort of making a little progress on it. But it's pretty clear that with my weakened nail, I actually struggle a little bit more with some of the common enemies than I originally thought I did. I really thought I dashed through that. Oh. What? Careless. Ah! You can hear him mocking me too. Could not have timed that better. Oh man, I did not think that you could do one on the far edge. I always thought there was a little gap there. Okay. Let's have a bit of recover. Oh, what am I doing? Okay, there we go. Okay, so I've wasted a lot of souls here. I may not have anything to bring into the collector. But the first phase doesn't seem to be where I'm struggling with the collector, so it's not quite the end of the world. You can see I'm much more paranoid about these rings, though. At some point I should probably think a little bit more about how I'm gonna hit those Vengeful Spirits, because those are probably some of the most costly misses. It takes some effort to get what I need, and obviously missing one is a chance to heal. It's a chance to do a few things. Okay, so I gotta look out for holds. Ooh. Oh, Jesus. I keep forgetting that those things can actually shoot at you the second that they come out. So that was going to be my attempt at, going without healing. One thing I'm noticing about tonight is that when I fail to, like, execute on something, like just I hit a key too late, I still try and complete the maneuver, and this is probably at least half of the extra damage that I've taken in really sort of obvious and unhelpful ways. If that other one didn't get me, the one that was on top of me would have, so that was just carelessness. Can't get a break. Okay, no more hits. I said no more hits. Oof. Oh boy. I think I'm trying to get on autopilot on a couple of these, and I'm just not. I just don't think I'm good enough yet to to try and phone it in on some of these. So it's resulting in some of these really careless hits. Yeah, if I just waited one round more. We should still be able to fill up the vessel, though. Okay, back to the collector. Okay, so the first round kind of seems to be down. I think we've performed like that a couple of times now. I'm also getting a little bit better at dodging the grabs, but I'm sure there'll be something to contradict that in a second. Yep, never fails. It's getting a little scary with the number of things on the board, so healing will have to come later. I can't get a break. I gotta go for it. Okay. Starting to fall apart a little bit. Let's try and get this thing back on track. Right now I've just been avoiding the collector too much. Oh no! That was supposed to be a pogo. I'm dead. Okay, so aerial is definitely an approach that I can use to try and avoid some of those hits. And then the other thing is maybe I just go hard and don't try to heal at all. There's a couple of obvious healing spots where I feel like I should be trying to take advantage of it. Sorry, the sneeze finally came. I'm focusing on the wrong stuff. Okay, let's see if we can recover off of this. There's no reason for me not to turn this into a winning run. Oops. He knows what I'm struggling with right now, obviously. Even when I do helpful things, it's killing me. Leave me alone! Ooh, that was a really tough window. I mean, it's my fault for bringing him up to that level by jumping, but... Okay, let's face it, that's not my best run on the Hive Knight, but we got through it, so... Focusing on the wrong thing again. Almost got my third. Oh boy. Everything I could be getting wrong on this run I am, but There's no such thing as cursed runs. There's just very unhelpful thought processes. Okay. Oh, and I accidentally hit the... okay, now maybe this is a cursed run. No. Accidentally hit Vengeful Spirit rather than heal, so this is definitely going to be challenging, but not impossible. That was a risky heal, but that was sort of... I'm trying to salvage what I can. So this time I'm actually waiting to do the heal, because every hit's got to count on who at this point. Oh boy. That's why I wanted to wait, but okay. Just give me 3 more. Oh boy. Alright. The collector is going to be where we turn this around, surely. That was a little careless, but nothing to beat myself up about. So unfortunately, this is going to be wasted Vengeful Spirit. Well, not entirely, because we got the... Okay, it's really crowded here. I should probably hit him first and then follow up with the Vengeful Spirit. Oh boy. I really let that run away from me, and I get hit. I don't think I can commit to a heal until I know where the things are dropping, but then if the things are already dropping, then it's too late for the heal. Okay, I'll let that run away with me. Run away from me. But I am noticing, like, we are kind of regularly getting him into certain phases, so it's a very, very slow, it's a very, very slow kind of progress, but I have a feeling that we're on the verge of cracking this thing, and I just need to get a little more disciplined. So. Oh boy. Okay, it'd be nice to get the extra hit in, but I have plenty of ways of damaging this enemy. Not quite sure what I did there, but... Oh, that's it. Okay. started off really well. Boy, I used to think I had those dodges down. Hey, Eyes of Sin, how you doing? I should talk about you and Night Valian, but let's wait between rounds. I've had a couple of good runs on the Collector, but that's kind of been my wall on this run, and I've put in some practice, and for whatever reason I can't quite deliver on the finale. So now that the Eyes of Sin is here, and I really want to impress them, I'm obviously gonna do so much better on the Collector. Okay. If I'm in their face like that, I should probably try the upwards attack. Okay, careless, but not impossible. So I got my heal now. Now the Aspids, yeah, the Aspid had a chance to shoot, and I didn't have a good answer to that. Okay, so I just let this run away from me. One thing I can do is an early heal because they are not up yet. Okay, so this is another chance for a heal. No, they move a little too fast for that. Okay, I thought that the distance would save me there. Oh. This run giveth and this run taketh away. So this is just to clear the board. Alright. That was carelessness on my part, so... Oh, okay, and I jumped into it. Okay, so I kind of let that fall apart for a little bit. But, we have had Night Valian in here for a little while. Oops, and it's all capital letters. I'm not that excited. So Night Valian has been going through Horizon Zero Dawn, which is just recent. I'm sure you've all noticed, but it's just recently come to PC. I'm actually reasonably happy that PlayStation has been doing this. It is actually really interesting to note, if you look at some of the top sellers lately, a lot of PlayStation exclusives have been... a lot of PlayStation exclusives have been sort of dominating the sales charts. And it's easy to see why, right? Like, they're very good games. It's sort of been how PlayStation has sort of kept its edge in the console war, or the overall gaming wars, really. So actually, let's take a look at. So there's an interesting one. Oh, actually, it's a little more diverse right now. Sea of Thieves is on sale, so it's half off. Biomutant near the top. Pre-orders for Dying Light 2. Grand Theft Auto 5, that pretty much is always going to be on there. Mass Effect, Rust. Yeah, so actually, Days Gone is the one I was looking at. But yeah, I sadly haven't played Horizon Zero Dawn yet, but as always, Night Valian's doing a very good job of making it look interesting and making it a fun game to watch. I'd actually watched someone play it before. I think it was Johnny Big Time. But always pleasant to catch what I can of that game. And, of course, we've got the lovely Eyes of Sin in chat right now. So the Eyes of Sin was the one who had encouraged me to play Hollow Knight. And in fact, in response to me maybe not being as diligent in following through on that recommendation. Because certainly, like, of the recommendations I get, I definitely value the Eyes of Sin's quite heavily. I think they have a good idea of what I like, and it's nice to, when you have a rapport with someone, you definitely try to get an idea in terms of where the recommendation is coming from. But for a very long time, I had really not, like, I'd never quite been able to get a grip on. I'd never really been able to get a grip on like these Metroid style games, and the Eyes of Sin had said a couple of things that would have suggested to me that it was something that I could handle. But again, like it's a context matter. Sometimes it's a question in terms of how you're going to be able to approach a game like that. Excuse me. I'm just gonna pause for some water. So, after the patient prodding, Eyes of Sin now has their wish. Unfortunately, I'm obviously I'm at a little bit of a wall in the pantheons here, but I still appreciate the support by showing up long after everybody sort of said that I'm past the expiry date on these streams. The other reason why I do like to take the time to talk about the Eyes of Sin is, of course, and I know some of you are getting tired of hearing this, but I'm not going to get tired of shouting them out. There are these lovely emotes in the chat. Eyes of Sin is available for commissions. I think they have a wonderful sense of style. I should maybe mention that these are not all so the art style is not limited to the faces on statues. That was something that I'd sort of specifically asked for, and I personally really like this style. It's something that I think they do very well, and it's one that sort of lines up with some things that I wanted as far as my emotes are concerned. But if you would like to commission the Eyes of Sin for emotes, the best way to reach out is through Twitter. And of course, there's going to be some examples of art there. It is worth mentioning that Amanda does do voice acting and now photography as well as art. Actually, I noticed a lot of streamers really like pixel art, so I know pixel art is something that the Eyes of Sin really likes doing and is quite talented at, in my opinion. If you just want to see some more of the art, there's the old Tumblr page, which is still active. Not necessarily as many updates as some of the other sources, but this is a really great place where you can see some of the pixel art. And then if you'd like to directly support and not necessarily do a commission for voice acting or emotes or any other kind of art, there's our coffee page. And so if you'd like, there's a gallery there. You can just stop by and enjoy all of the work. But the donations on the coffee page are $5 sort of for each unit, or whatever you want to give. And this is one of the ways that the Eyes of Sin makes money, is through their art. And obviously, it is not the best time for kind of getting a side job or anything else. So for those of you that have the means of supporting, I would love it if you would consider. Although, as always, the one thing I will say is people are definitely very kind and very open in terms of their support. I went through a window. I don't normally look at things like my subs or follows anymore. I'm not entirely sure that they put me on the right. I'm not really sure that they put me on sort of the right. I'm not sure they really give me the right priorities whenever I check those things obsessively. But I did actually notice that the number's a little bit higher than I thought it was going to be in terms of subs. So I owe you all a big thank you for that. And obviously, my recommendations for supporting others is definitely not to undermine, the contributions that are being made towards me, towards keeping this channel up and running. But of course, if people don't shout out artists that they like, those artists may not be able to continue creating at the same pace that they are. And so, for me, it would be a tremendous loss not to continue seeing the Eyes of Sin putting creative works out into the world. Or at the very least, it would be a shame that it was only for financial reasons that was happening. Obviously, what people want to do with their time is their own business. So, 2 people you can check out. I suppose I did do the shout out for the YouTube channel. It's mostly because Eyes of Sin does occasionally stream. I don't think there's ever been a formal art stream. But if you do want to watch them play stuff, I actually still really enjoyed watching Eyes of Sin play Super Brothers Sword and Sorcery, which, by the way, Capybara's. So this I've been enjoying this on Apple Arcade, but Capybara's new game Grindstone is now available. I believe it is an Epic exclusive, but there is currently a sale going on. So I think, if I'm not mistaken, there's those $10 off coupons, and I think you can put that towards Grindstone. I think it still hits the threshold. So for those of you, it's a very unique take on a matching game. And Cappy is it's a Canadian studio. I think they make some really interesting games. That's I don't know. Super Brothers Sword and Sorcery is a special bond. I feel with Eyes of Sin. Okay, Eyes of Sin may feel differently, by the way. Obviously, I speak very, very highly of them, but it could just be, shut up, you don't know me. Anyways, two streamers, two creators, maybe is the broader term, who I think are worth checking out. And I've washed the taste of defeat out of my mouth, so let's go and have a better showing. Oops. Three mistakes in a row, but we can get past it. All right, we're back. A little slow on the reaction there. Silly. Oh boy. Oh, those cursed bees. Okay, so we recovered from that. Again, we're not quite shooting the lights out as we used to on that fight, but we can still make the most of our time. Oh, come on. Probably should be a little more conservative with my soul use now. I'm not quite sure what he's got left. On the other hand, obviously ending the fight sooner means less chances for damage. It is, of course, worth mentioning that, like, I've been able to get past the first round of the Collector reasonably well, and very little of that has to do with my initial Vengeful Spirit. One of the things I'm actually going to try is to do the other attack. This is a little dangerous because I've got a free Aspid running around. There we go. So I'm just trying to shorten the intermediate rounds in terms of just the different, just by maximizing the damage I'm doing in the transitional moments. I'm hoping that translates into just fewer opportunities for errors. Okay, well, speaking of errors. Okay, so I believe this is the third phase. Oh. That was an okay recovery, but then I sort of blundered. Okay, so I think I just threw the runaway there. Well, if I didn't do it there... Apparently I just like living on the edge. Okay. There's only so long I can string that out. But I have a feeling that if I did more offensive spells rather than trying to heal all the time, I probably could have strung that out longer. I'm also tempted to go into a training bout. Just to see how many phases there are, because I'm pretty sure we're getting close to the end of that fight. Oh no. Well, at least he didn't do his charge attack. I like the Hive Knight, but the way he summons the bees is absolutely nightmarish. Oh god, I really gotta pay attention. I don't know what I thought the result would be, but we're still at full masks. I should probably hold off for a second here and get a heal in before I do any more damage to Elder Hu. So I kind of need to bank my 3 hits just so I can do some more damage to the Collector. I thought that was the end. Cool. Okay, wasted shot, but... So that's just a clearing move. So of course it would have been nice to do sort of a vengeful, or not a vengeful spirit, shout. Now I'm sort of left trying to recover some health as well. I think I can handle that though. Okay. I was gonna get hit by one or the other, so... Oh, gee. They used to be not bad at dodging the grab, but that seems to have gone away lately. Okay, again, I'm just trying to keep the sanity on the board. Oh boy. I'm really losing focus. Okay, I don't quite know what happened at the end there. I really felt like I wasn't looking at half of the stuff on the field. So I'm going to do two things in the practice area. Yeah, you know what? Now I'm going to do this with my full strength first. So I want to see how many phases there are first. Okay, so phase 2. I should actually say knockdown, so we're on the second knockdown. Wow, okay, so we're actually really close to the end of that thing. I'm not even gonna try anymore then. So I was originally gonna just strip off all of my my charms and get some practice in. We've apparently been on the brink of ending this thing each time, and so all of that time I've been spending healing myself at the end of the round is me just panicking and snatching victory. Snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. So. Ah! Okay, wasn't paying attention. Two hits that I really didn't need to take there. So that one I didn't do the damage just because it's nice to go in with 3 masks instead of 2. One error and suddenly I'm in panic mode trying to save the run. So not going into Elder Who with full Soul Vessel, but we don't need to use him for healing. Oh no! Remind yourself that overwhelming confidence is a slow and insidious killer. That's probably my soul vessel for the next round gone, but... maybe not. Oh, that was a mistake. So that's one down. Careless, but not unsolvable. That was just to get the Balder out of the way. Oh, so I felt like I could afford the heal there, but I didn't anticipate getting winged by the Balder shell. And I'll get a heal out of this too. Although the drops of the types of enemies is pretty lucky. Okay, careless, but we're doing okay. Okay, so this is sort of the last phase. Okay, that was careless, but we can manage. Alright, that was super careless. That was obviously a very risky heal to do, but it's given me, so it basically is preventing stuff like that from ending the run. Wanted to bounce off of his head. I'm back to playing not to lose. Oh, okay. That was supposed to be a hit, not a crash-in. All right, so I guess I just do so much damage with my with all of my gear setup that there's another phase. Thought I was gonna dodge in time. So again, I gotta be mindful about keeping some soul for the next fight. Oh, that was a blunder. Okay, so one down. Oops. Oh no! That couldn't have possibly have been a worse transition period. Oh man, those first shot aspids are the end of the... Oh no! Alright. That was... I got very silly in some parts of that. So, no review, we're just gonna run in and make it happen again. Okay, that was silly. That was doubly silly. Triply silly. So there's no hope of getting a heal in there anyway, so I'm done. Oh boy. Really thought I could dodge it. Oh boy. I'm not sure what I was trying to accomplish with that, but... Silly. I don't think that did that much damage to him that time. Okay, that accomplished absolutely nothing for me, sadly. Okay, one down. Oh god, I don't know why I even try to heal with an Aspid on the field. Sorry there's not much in terms of commentary. If anybody has any questions or comments or anything you want to talk about during the stream, that's fine. I will admit I've been trying to concentrate a little bit more, but I'm definitely not going to start sort of blaming... Okay, I mean, occasionally I'll say, I was looking at chat on certain things, but that's more just kind of triaging what I think are like problems for me and which are things where it's like circumstance. So like here, obviously, I'm blundering a lot. Oh. Yeah, so I'm not soliciting comment as much as I maybe normally do. But yeah, like I said, I don't have a lot of time for broadcasters who view, you know, chat as like an impediment. But I am kind of delinquent in my duty of, you know, putting on a show. Like at this point, I kind of feel like I'm a disembodied, mediocre Hollow Knight player. Which occasionally will make noises. What are you working on, Sid, if you don't mind me asking? Oh yeah, sorry, that's not a solicit. Actually, with that in mind, I actually kind of need to go to the bathroom. So I'm going to put the kettle on. I don't think it'll take that long to get the... I think I'll be back before the kettle's warm. But because we're between phases, I'll take a minute and some emotes. Good work. Yeah, so I'm going to mute the mic. I will be gone for a couple of seconds and then we'll be back to continue the Pantheon. Sorry about this. I do encourage you all to go up and get a stretch and just otherwise take care of yourselves in the interim, but I shouldn't be too long. See you in a little bit. Olaf will be the first against the wall when the revolution or, well, I guess the retribution for the revolution comes. All right. I can talk to you, but I can't hear anything right now. Oh, okay. I dropped my headphones on the ground. So I kind of hear the kettle boiling, so what I'll probably do is, after Elder Who, I'm gonna fill my cup with some, actually, damp leaves. This is gonna be my second cup off of this, off of these tea leaves, and I'll let it steep during the fight. But Olaf, welcome. Thank you for stopping by. I'm sure you've been here for a little while, and I just didn't notice, but it feels really weird to come into this after being away from the computer. It seems some of my muscle memory is sort of built around jumping into this fight immediately. Okay, kettle's boiling. Back in a sec. Lied. Yeah, apparently. Oh, the Eyes of Sin. Thank you very much for your your sub through Olaf. So thank you to both Olaf for gifting a sub to the Eyes of Sin, but also, I don't know, Eyes of Sin was around to get it. That's really nice of you. So actually, let me just take a quick second here and say, I want to be careful how I say this because there is a lot of room for hurt feelings on this. Olaf has been a very dedicated viewer and very supportive viewer of not just my channel, but a lot of channels. He has actually he's gifted me a sub to some streams that I'm a bit of a regular in. I always feel like I'm a little bit of a freeloader, given how much Olaf has given. And then obviously he's been very supportive of my channel. And one of the things that I really respect about Olaf is that I think overall the people that he supports do appreciate him. And there's sort of, it's, you know how like you have this long-term thinking and you sort of build a long-term relationship with people, and you're able to sort of build understanding, and if there's sort of short-term fluctuations and things, generally kind of the baseline is to go back to these good terms. But I think one of the things I've really respected about Olaf is that I have never seen somebody more steadfast, even in the face of cases where they've maybe been treated a bit unfairly in a certain context. I have no idea where it comes from. Like, I am actually not a very nice person when it comes to slights. But it's actually one thing that I really should speak to. Like, obviously, Olaf is giving, we all exchange our time for money. We all go to jobs. My kettle really is done boiling now, but this is worth saying. It's obviously, if we wanted to be doing other things, like, chances are you're going to work out of necessity, not out of a particular love for what you do. That doesn't mean you can't like your job. Obviously some jobs are better than other ones, but generally you go to work because you need to earn a living. And you know, anytime somebody gives some of that, it's something that I really appreciate. Obviously, there's other stuff I can be doing with my time on the stream too, but the way that Twitch is built is that, you know, there is the free option to people. And so Olaf being able to sort of give that of himself through thick and thin is something that I really appreciate. I consider myself in very august company to be one of the people that Olaf has supported. But more of all, I really appreciate that Olaf does so in a way that it means that other people are able to get a little bit more out of the channel. So I already see Night Valians using those excellent emotes. I'm really happy to see Eyes of Sin being able to use those emotes again. And on the instructions of Olaf, I am going to go down with tea, up with coffee. I would, but I've actually got I have a stream tomorrow, so I want to try and make sure I get a reasonable bedtime. Yeah, well, I mean, my outside option is to just like stay up and do this. I'm actually streaming for money tomorrow, so that's exciting. Okay, that was blunder just because of the Balder. Oh boy! All right, I gotta keep that weird angle in mind for next time. Ugh. I'm gonna try and get a heal in if I can. Okay, so I'll consider this a reset, basically. Okay, we're 2 down. Oops. I said I was gonna mark that weird angle, and then I didn't. I don't deserve these heals. Oh boy. Oh man, I lost everything there. Oh, nuts! Okay, well, we've managed to get him into the final phase on that, but there were definitely some really obvious mistakes that I made in that. So that really should have been the first time I took the Collector in the Pantheon, and I sort of stumbled in the end. By the way, for those of you who do have access to the emote, if you want to make me happy, and there's no obligation to make me happy, but for those of you that do have access to emotes, either through bits or through subs, oops. Oh. That's kind of why I waited. If you could show me your favorite in chat, that will, 1, make me happy seeing the emotes, but number 2, I'm kind of curious. Nuts. This was a stupid decision. Oddly enough, I think I actually got the heal in, though. Oops. Oh boy, that was failure twice over. Apparently I almost threw away the run on Elder Who. Probably be a little more, little tamer on the hits until I'm full up. Okay, that was me sort of being reflexive rather than thoughtful. I don't know why I didn't heal during that. That was... Well, I know why. I thought I didn't have the souls, but I'm not sure why I didn't follow through. So you can kind of tell I'm getting impatient. Ah, nuts. So I felt like I should be able to get 2 hits and then the souls in. But this generally isn't a phase that causes me too much trouble, so... Except when I don't pay attention. So this will be a chance for a heal. Down. Okay, so I gotta be a little careful of the Aspid, but there we go. Ah, nuts. Ah, come on. I really hate it when I just run into the bodies of enemies like that. So, again, I just want to clean the board on that one. I want to see if I can get a heal in before I go to the next phase, otherwise I might panic. Speaking of panicking... treating this like I have a long nail. Ah. Unbelievable. Okay, we're on 1. I really don't think those things should attack fresh out of the jar. I'm assuming it's like a mechanism to prevent you from just like going up close to the jars, but honestly the risk relative to the benefit of being able to handle getting overwhelmed still sort of makes it work. Oh man, every time. Okay, maybe I do have to stick away. Hey, Valiant Cheese, how you doing? Speaking of people who are worth checking out, Valiant Cheese is a game developer. So there's a couple of game developers that I regularly host. So Valiant Cheese has actually got a little knowledge of everything. So sorry, I just saw something that really caught my attention in the other window here. Huh. Okay, sorry about that. But yeah, Valiant Cheese, I found through a game that he made called Hive Time, which is sort of a bee-themed city builder. I still do some regular work on it. It's a really interesting game, and it's got an interesting model, which he has been pretty open in terms of why he did it and what the, like basically the intentions behind it and how it is performed. So it is a pay what you want game. That doesn't mean that it's a free game. It's a game that you are able to play at the price that you want to assign it, which is an important distinction to make, and is one that my understanding is that is not always sort of respected by broadcast. Because this is the thing, like if you introduce it as a free product, people are going in with the expectation that they're not going to pay for it. If you say it's pay what you want, I know for a fact that there are some people in the channel, maybe not like currently present. I think the people who think I'm talking about are probably the people who I'm not talking about. But like there's definitely been some times where we've been talking about the fact that games may not be affordable for people, and I think that's really the intention behind why Valiant Cheese did that. But the important part to that equation is that there is a group of people, of which I probably would be counted among, who do have the means to be able to support the game, and so as a result, it's sort of my effort to put a value on it and to put something that I think is worth, basically to pay what I think it's worth, or whatever value I want to assign towards something that I know is being given at a lower cost to people. But one way or the other, basically it's I think there's a different framing, right? In both situations you can go and you can experience this game, as Valiant Cheese says here. In an ideal world, financial hurdles shouldn't be a barrier to cultural participation. So, with that in mind, right, if I go in with the mentality that this thing will not cost me anything, when I see that you can pay what you want button, I've already got a price in my mind. And so even if I do actually wind up saying, well, maybe I don't feel good about, playing this game and paying nothing for it, I'm going to go in with the framing of $0 being the price for the game. And like, I'm sure all of you have gotten like these charity letters, and how like on charity letters, it'll be like, you can start donations at $50 and, and then like, the middle value is, or actually no, usually they do like a small, so there's like, $15, and then like the middle value is something like 45, and then like the top one is 500 or whatever. And again, it's a very specific calculation in terms of like showing you, Like they don't want you don't want to feel like a cheapskate, or you don't want to feel like you're not helping. So generally you don't want to go. So like even for some charities, 15 might be a little high. So like you don't want to, you don't want to attach your name to like, I'm only giving $5 to cure, to curing breast cancer or something. And like, you're also probably going to be someone who's like, I'm not really sure that I can afford, $2,500 towards this cause. So it's like, I'll pick the middle amount. And even if you write in a certain amount, there's this anchoring that's happened in terms of what the numbers are. And so, of course, the anchoring that people like myself can potentially introduce, and again, this is really not a good thing, is that if we say, I love this game, Hive Time, you got to try it out, what are we trying to do? Well, one thing, from a perfectly good place is to get people to pay attention to this game that we really like. And so what's one of the ways that you can get people into a game that you really like? Well, you can say, and it's free. Unfortunately, that's now equipped everyone who potentially could have supported that game. That's anchored them to a $0 price tag. And now there is a burden on the developer to establish that or reestablish that value for the game. And so that's one of the reasons why I stress the idea of pay what you want rather than free. This does not mean that if you want to participate in Hive Time and participating it under, let's say, a normal model for games, you wouldn't have been able to do that at either what the recommended price is or any price for that matter. I mean, in some cases, some people don't have credit cards too. Obviously, the pricing scheme is specifically made for people like you. But I also know for myself, there is a certain responsibility for me. The funny thing is that like price discrimination. Okay, so I'm sorry. I know I'm not in the middle. Okay, actually, let me try and talk about this during the Pantheon of the Stage. One way or the other, what I do want to say about Valiant Cheese is that Valiant Cheese is currently working on other games. I know there was, as he said in chat, this is the last patch, minus some typo fixing. By the way, there's Twitch integration. So for those of you that do play stuff on Twitch, I have a feeling you will rather like some of the Twitch integration that's going on there. But one thing that's really great about Valiant Cheese, particularly because there have been some indie games that I've played where people have felt very inspired to make games as a result. Now, those people don't really hang around the channel anymore, but I think the principle still holds. Being able to see someone like Valiant Cheese create a game and to, take it from something that maybe you wouldn't recognize as a game and slowly push that towards something that you do say, oh yeah, this is a game now. And it's like, yeah, there'll be a little bit of polish to it, but like, I recognize this as something that I would sort of play and I would kind of be happy to show my friends and family, hey, this is something that I worked on. There's a lot of value, I think, in being able to see someone do that. Cheese is really careful and is definitely a strong advocate of using tools that are sort of costless to the creator. And so what I mean by that is things like Blender and Godot. So these free and open source tools. And as opposed to something, I mean, some people will say, you've got Unity as a free engine below a certain number of revenues, or Unreal as a free engine below a certain amount of revenues. And that's true. But it's also worth mentioning, I think it's called BuildBox. So the BuildBox, this is like a lesser known 2D engine. They actually just reorganized their pricing. And I kid you not, so their free tier, it says it has the default revenue share and revenue share trigger. And there's a reason why they call it the default. Because when you go in and you read the fine print, the trigger for the revenue share is $5 in revenues. The revenue share, I kid you not, is 70%. So they will take 70% of the money you make on your game on their free tier. And the thing is that when you use tools like that, and I'll give you the link if you want, Valiant Cheese. It is insane. I sent this to my other developer friend, and he was furious. He's a really positive guy. I really think it's one of the first times I have seen him genuinely angry. So I will definitely show you that if you want to if you want to see. Like it's one of these things that sounds so incredible that it must be that I'm exaggerating. I did my homework. I checked it out, and it's like it's a real thing. And like so far as I can tell, this engine is basically a visual scripting language. So, no, I know what they're trying to do. Like, what they're trying to do is just make the free tier so unattractive that you go up to one of their, like, medium tiers, right? Anchoring's a powerful thing. I mean, the blog posts from the CEO are like they are exactly the kind of like Silicon Valley, I hate this guy kind of is like, I'm really excited about the passion that you guys are showing for our products. Like, no, they're really mad that, so because like, okay, sorry, this is going to be the rant time, so I'm not going to do this in the Pantheon of the Sage. But for those of you who like the rant, your time has come. So I believe the terms for the Epic engine, Unreal Engine, is revenue. So there's below a certain number of revenues, you've got 5. There's like 5%. Or sorry, no, sorry, that's if you're on the Epic Games Store. Anyway, so below a certain amount in terms of revenues, you don't need to pay them, and then past that certain point, you give them a percentage, and I think it's like 12% or something like that. And if you sell the game on the Epic Store, they count. Or no, 12% is for the Epic Game Store. It's like 5% is for the. I got to figure out exactly what the terms are now because they changed them, and I don't remember anymore. It's actually bugging me, so I'll look this up. 5% of the product's gross revenue after generating $1 million. So, and this is, I actually rather like that after $1 million section, because essentially, like, it's not that you suddenly retroactively, like your game's been out for like 10 years and you finally cross the 1 million threshold. So then like Epic comes to you with a bill. It's like, okay, you've now hit a level in which the success is established, and we're gonna want a portion of those sales. Anyways, sorry, I like totally lost all of my energy for the really ranty the really ranty stuff. I believe, at least under the old versions of the Epic agreements, Kickstarter like revenues, or at least earnings, would be included inside of revenues for the project. And I am sort of mixed on my feelings on this, because obviously Kickstarter is something that is used in order to something that's used to sort of finance projects. On the other hand, it is also very fair to say that in practice, a lot of Kickstarters, particularly some very successful Kickstarters, are effectively using them as a pre-order mechanism for the game. And, though there's a whole conversation about whether or not that is a good or a bad thing, I actually don't particularly want to take a strong view either way on that. It's more of a practical consideration. So if people are using Kickstarter as sort of a pre-order form, I'm not entirely sure it's super bad for Epic to say. It's like, yes, this is what we consider revenue, as long as they're sort of upfront about saying this is something that we consider revenue, and you just make your plans accordingly. So I don't know whether or not BuildBox does something like that, but imagine that they do. So you're going out, you're making your Kickstarter, you're guaranteed to pay Kickstarter fees if you are successful. So then you go, you deliver to your backers, you use the money to make the game. You then have a 70% revenue share, assuming that it makes more than $5, which presumably your Kickstarter already did. And then you sell it on Steam, and you're like, I know I'm not going to make any money doing this, because of course 30% of revenues go to Steam, and that would mean the remaining 70% is already going to this BuildBox company. But you say that's fine. The Steam's just sort of like a loss leader, so that I get my name out. Maybe people will buy off of our, directly off of our website. Maybe it will get us in touch with a wider audience for the next game that we make. Any number, there's any number of justifications you can do for that sort of thing. Except that if BuildBox treats revenues the same way that Epic does, you are actually going to pay them to sell your game. Because, of course, the amount of money you will have made from the Kickstarter is going to be less the fees. And so, as a result, you lose money making that game. So, you imagine BuildBox probably have their own distribution. Well, one of their selling points is actually that you can deploy to stuff like the App Store and such. So, I know the App Store doesn't necessarily charge 30% anymore. If you're a small creator, there is a 15%. But yeah, like that's needless to say, like 70% is the App Store is lower. Yeah, so I mean, part of this I think is in response to the growing scrutiny of Apple. But yeah, so basically, like, also part of this I think is just thumbing their nose at Epic. Because to a certain extent, like, I think there's a reasonable argument for people, like, so here's the thing, like, I am a very happy user of Apple products, and one of the reasons I actually really like Apple products is because of the stuff developers hate the App Store for. They're rather tight grip on curation and quality control and so on. And I have opted into that ecosystem, and I'm generally unhappy with efforts to try and break this, this thing that I've paid for and gotten into. Now, I'm not saying that's the only way that you can experience products, and I'm not saying that that's the best way. I'm saying that that's the choice that I have made for me. And so obviously I become a little bit resistant when people are like, well, let's just, crack this thing open and put all the stores that we want on there, because we already know what that looks like on Android, and it's not great. In fact, during the Apple versus Epic testimony, I think the product head for macOS basically said that macOS is not meeting their security standards. Because those standards have now been established by iOS and whatever they're calling the iPad OS now, which is a fairly, that's a pretty incredible admission from somebody running the operating system for the desktops, right? One way or the other, though. But there is, I think, a very reasonable argument to be said that if you are a Battle Chasers or a Fortnite or something like that. One of the things that's true about the App Store is this: generally the amount that each user spends is higher, and, being able to get access to an audience and so on and so forth. Like, one of the things about going on iOS is that you are getting access to a certain type of customer, the same way that you will go on Steam to get access to the Steam marketplace. I find it less curious to see that Steam is charging 30%. I think it's more curious that GOG and Humble charge 30%, because I'm not sure what the value proposition of GOG and Humble is. I do know what the value proposition of Steam is, which is it's where everybody is. So to a certain extent, what you're paying Apple for in terms of that App Store access is basically this marketplace that they've sort of curated. And again, there's people like me who say, yeah, I've opted in because I can rely on the following things on the Apple platform, and some of the privacy considerations and so on and so forth. But there is also a very reasonable argument that I think a lot of smaller creators have been making for a while now, which is to say that the 30% is actually stopping us from being able to meet with success. And it would be nice to see, Apple actually delivering on this promise of, giving us access to this much wider user base. And so this idea of having sort of small developers and a lower tier for them, I think is more consistent with that idea, right? They're not paying as much if they're not really meeting with the sort of success or the promise of the App Store. But on the other hand, the people who really are benefiting from this ecosystem, the larger players, like the Clash of Clans or whatever, they're still paying the rate that Apple has set. And I mean, again, like, let's face it, these are very wealthy companies that are sort of fighting over their share of the pie. So to a certain extent, like, I don't need to be an advocate for one or the other. But I do think I think this is very different from the way Steam has handled it, which is, of course, that Steam is giving a lower revenue share to people who are making large amounts on their platform. And so if you're a smaller creator on Steam, you actually pay a higher fee than if you're somebody who's making something like 10 million in revenue. Yeah, I mean, like, I've obviously, I say that Steam thing somewhat wryly because I have obviously been talking quite a bit about how I want a viable replacement for Steam, or not replacement, but a viable alternative to Steam, for the same reason that I like, it's the competition stuff. And the thing for me is that the competition with Apple is convincing people that their way is right as opposed to all of their others. Obviously, BlackBerry is not really a viable competitor anymore, but Android certainly seems to be, is competing on both the high end and the low end with Apple. Would it be nice to see more players? Sure. But I'm not entirely convinced Apple should be changing its ways, as opposed to just the structure of this industry being regulated in such a way that it's more viable for alternatives to come in. But like, again, like, taking the status quo as given, I would say that it is easier for Steam to justify its 30% than it is for GOG and Humble, simply because, like, you just look at the revenue share, or not the revenue, like the portion of revenue for just about every major game, or major and minor game that's been released. And even people who really push itch, unless they make it like itch exclusive, Steam just winds up being this behemoth in terms of where the money's coming from. And it would be nice if it was different, but it's the way things are. And so as a result, it's the access to that revenue that effectively that 30% is paying for. But, again, it would be nice to see Steam maybe be a little bit, I don't know, maybe just a little bit more supportive of this lower end. Anyways, sorry. There's my ranty thing. I really want to talk about that build box thing. But yeah, so Valiant Cheese is one of the reasons why I went down all of this is Valiant Cheese doesn't just say, look at the look at these costless alternatives in the sense of like Unity below a certain level of revenues or Unreal below a certain level of revenues will not have a fee. Valiant Cheese is all of these tools that I'm using are like will not charge you for the use at any point. So at that point, it's sort of it's about as close as you can get to sort of I am empowered to create everything that I want. So long as I know the tools. And I think one of the other really great things about the streams that Cheese does is that because he's got a bit of a knack for everything, you will, you're going to be able to get a little bit of a, like, if nothing else, just sort of a framework for sort of how working on each component sort of looks like. Like, obviously, he's got a tremendous amount of talent and experience that goes with, that goes into his game. So it's hard to say that, you're going to get like the 10 best tips to make a Valiant Cheese style game. Yeah, okay, that was dumb. But, yeah, probably worth mentioning alongside that stance, you sometimes contribute upstream fixes to Godot and you throw donations. Yeah, that's true. But I mean, I guess in this case where I'm talking about costs, like just in terms of like fees and licensing and so on, I sort of feel like donating. So like when I bought Oh, actually, I wonder if this is on. I'm so sorry. This is going to be just rank advertising, but I actually think this might be a useful bundle to some people. I bought this myself, so I feel a little bit okay, and seeing as I did a terrible job on that last one, I'm actually going to take the... I'm just going to take a second to... Yeah, and I mean, I definitely know that there are some people who look at that. I don't quite look at it that way. I sort of feel that I treat things like the Python Software Foundation or whatever. It's like another sort of a charity or another foundation that is doing things that I think are worthwhile, and so as a result, I want to support that. But it's kind of up to people to sort of decide what how they want to frame those particular things. But this is not a bad example of something that I did put a little bit of charity towards. Charity, donation, whatever you want to term it. Sorry, I just need to use my two-factor authentication. Oh man, they did the scumbag UI again. All right, I'm gonna have to show you how this thing works. I'm also really interested in the fact that they're not letting me generate my link anymore. Well, that's interesting. Sorry, I just need to change something here. Apparently they got rid of my Doctors Without Borders charity selection, which I don't like. Okay, here we go. So, let's be absolutely clear on this. This is totally me advertising Humble stuff. I think Humble has absolutely beclowned themselves the last couple of months. And so what I'm going to do here, I'm going to step you through this link. And I'm going to use I'm going to use a streamer that I watch as the example, because they've changed this again. And I feel very strongly about the way Humble's been handling this stuff. So bear with me a second. So some of you are into programming, and I know this is just going to make Valiant Cheese cry inside. But I'm quite fond of Python, and I use Python for a lot of my stuff. Let me just make sure this is working. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm being a little silly on this, but okay. So if you follow that link, you're going to see a page that looks a little bit like this. Now, here's the thing that I'm not crazy about for this bundle. There's the 4-item bundle. So there's one book in here, which is the book that I really like in this one. And so I will 100% confess to you, I don't really like. This is not the best value bundle that they have done with this book. On the other hand, I do think that there's some value in here, and that's why I'm sharing this link. So the link that I just shared in there is my link, and if you use the default values on that, I'm going to get money from that. So 4-item bundle, I haven't read any of these books. I don't know anything about them. The 9-item bundle. I don't know any of these books either. I will, however, say that I am interested in doing Math with Python and Math Adventures for Python. And No Starch Press has actually put out... Actually, I'm kind of interested in cracking codes with Python, but I have a couple of other... kind of cryptography books, which are a little bit more math-focused. So I have a feeling I could probably adapt those into Python. No Starch has actually done... in my opinion, they've actually done some pretty good ones. Now, the reason why I point out this tier is because of this author, Al Swigart, who I think has got a really good style for some of these ones. And so and of course this one's 1227 as opposed to 122, but the reason why I am recommending this bundle is in fact the 15-item bundle, and I wish it were different, but unfortunately this book is in the top tier, and it is Automate the Boring Stuff with Python, Practical Programming for Total Beginners. It's the second edition of this book, Al Swigart. This is why I bought this bundle. I think this is a wonderful introduction to programming at the beginning. It is focused on what I think one of the most major benefits to learning programming is for people, which is to basically do something that is very time-consuming and to essentially time-consuming and repetitive, and to let the computer handle it. It will do everything from sort of web scraping to, I've got a bunch of unsorted, JPEGs from my camera, and I just want to be able to move them into a folder or something like that. Now, the other reason why I got this bundle, I've already read Automate the Boring Stuff with Python, and as a bonus, if you think that price point is a little too much for you, that's fine, because I feel so strongly in the benefit of you learning how to automate the boring stuff with Python. If you go to this link, it's only a web-based version of the book. But if you scroll down, so there's a Udemy course, they're definitely going to direct you towards buying the physical copy of this book. But if you go down, there's a web-based version of this book. Everything that is inside the book is actually available on this webpage. So as long as you don't mind reading stuff off of the main website, you can learn everything inside here, everything that's inside that book, without paying a cent. So the reason why I bought... So I already have access to that book. I've read it before, so why did I buy the bundle? His follow-up book is Beyond the Basic Stuff with Python, Best Practices for Writing Clean Code, and that's sort of where you're going to be... that's kind of where you're like, okay, I'm a little bit more of a... okay, so I don't want to oversell this because I haven't actually read this yet, but I would assume that this is the point where you suddenly say, okay, there's a couple of open source Python projects that I want to contribute to. Now I'm sort of learning some of the conventions that the other programmers are using. And so, of course, you're enabling yourself to be able to support projects in the way that Valiant Cheese was talking about. I will also mention that it's not a full implementation of Python, so there are going to be some differences. But if you want to learn Godot, a lot of the stuff that you're going to learn about control flow and, how you will do sort of conditionals and things like that, those are inside here. But it is worth mentioning, if you become a bit of a Python maven, Godot's probably going to frustrate you more than help you in terms of the Python understanding. Godot is its own beast. Godot script is its own beast. So don't get this to learn Godot script. If you want to learn Godot script, look at the Godot stuff. If you want to learn Python, this stuff will help you out. So anyways, the reason the stars of this bundle for me are Automate the Boring Stuff with Python and Beyond the Basic Stuff with Python. I already have some natural language processing stuff that I'm already kind of working through myself. So this might be an interesting book, but basically it's the Al Swigart books that I think are worthwhile for this. If you're a Canadian, you're spending $22.09 for these 15 items. Now, Humble originally made this so that there was no custom option at all. And let's take a look at this default donation. So let's actually work out the percentages of how this goes. So if you were to buy this bundle on its own, the default amount that Humble feels entitled to, $662, divide that by 2209. So they feel that they are entitled to 30% of your... they feel like as a default, as an impulse purchase, they feel that they're entitled to 30% of your amount. And that's going to go away from the broadcaster, and that's going to go away from the charities. I will note, by the way, look at that, $1.11 to charities, $6.62 to Humble. Doesn't sound very humble to me, does it? I think so. So then you can do extra to charity. Fair enough. Well, how much is Humble taking in that case? 608? It doesn't seem like it changed that much, did it? So now they're taking 27%. I am kind of happy that at least the broadcaster that I want to support is going in there, but they're taking it from the people who actually did the work. The amount that Humble's taking away from themselves doesn't really change, does it? So after Outrage, people have now allowed you to do a custom amount. This is the button I want you to hit. If you are using that link for me, this is the button that I'd like you to hit. And here's specifically what I'd like you to do. I'd like you to take that Humble number and put it to 0. Now, No Starch Press, you know, they're doing good work. There's also the No Starch Foundation. You can decide where to put these things. Some of the money's going towards the Python Software Foundation, so I put a little bit to everything, although the majority was still to Médecins Sans Frontières. And because I'm a fan of Miss Ariella, so personally for me, I did put an amount towards her. What I care about is not so much the number that you give me if you use that link. What I care about is the number that you put here and the number that you put here. Because the way it's set up right now, charities get the smallest amount. And frankly, even if you were to just flip this number around, I would feel a whole lot better. Brian on the Rocks, the Respawn developer that I host quite often, he's been doing a charity drive where basically he will, for I think it's everybody who subscribes to his channel, he's donating $10 to the Palestine Children's Relief Fund. And I believe it's gotten so big. He also got the matching donations from EA, so I believe in that case $5,000 went to that organization as a result of what he was working on. And then, of course, the individual donations that people made. So now he's doing a formal, sort of a formal charity drive where, you know, like there's going to be some stuff that Respawn's sort of donating towards the cause. There's, you know, and he's kind of making it a little bit more formal, so it's not just him sort of going out of pocket on a lot of this stuff. The thing here is that Humble is going to, even when I tell you to like direct that stuff to the charities, Humble is then going to turn around and say, we've donated, you know, $6 million to charity. I'm like, well, your users donated that. You're just taking the credit. And you also seem to be taking 30% for basically setting up a website. So this is the thing. As Valiant Cheese is pointing out, you know, it's hard to move people from defaults. And it's important to remember that what I just showed you is Humble's compromise position. Like, that is the one that they did. That's what they did to, like, make the people who were really angry with the way, like, the really greedy way they approached this before. Before, there was no custom amount button. So it would basically be you are guaranteed to see. Hold on, something has changed. Oh, it's because they're sorry. I just noticed I've got a page up here that doesn't have a creator on it. So the page without creators, $16.50 to No Starch Press, $1.50 to charities, $12 to Humble. Extra to charity, $14.25 to No Starch Press, $4.50 to charities, $11.25 to Humble. So this is the why. Like, if I'm going to continue using that code, there is a reason I am taking the time to deprogram you from the way Humble wants you to think about this thing. Like, they need to get a big slap, and they need to wake up as far as the way, like, as to the company that they've become. And if I'm going to be making those recommendations, I really do like those Python books. So if you are looking to learn that stuff, and particularly if you want the stuff that you can't already access for free online, that's not a bad way. And I really do hope that in order to, you know, not only just sort of enrich yourself in terms of the learning, that you're directing some money towards charity as well. But unfortunately, I don't think I am ever going to use those links again. without specifically saying, here is exactly how you can make sure the money is going where you want it to, as opposed to the way Humble wants it to go. So I'm sorry for the advertising, and I'm sorry for the rant, but I actually rather like that bundle. Again, if I buy a bundle for myself, it's one that I'll probably recommend. But I think there is some power in showing people exactly, exactly how that site is set up. And like, there's some other gimmicks I could show you too, in terms of how the sliders work and how it always, like, if you play around with the sliders enough, the amount to Humble just kind of keeps crawling back up. But I feel like I need to put some time into the Pantheon. It'd be nice if affiliate links could come with affiliate specified share presets with those highly visible. Yeah, I mean, the one problem is that I suspect that probably if you did affiliate presets, then it would just be like 100% to the affiliate. Yeah, well, I think the problem is too is that to a certain extent people are just not going to care. Like, so if they see their favorite creator, like, so, you know, if I like watching Ninja and he puts an affiliate link down and sort of sells it as, you know, oh, you know, this is helping charity, and then I turn around and I see, you know, sorry, that's unfair to, like, I'm not saying that Ninja would do something like that, but like, I'm trying to give like a big streamer example. I know I used him as like a negative example before, so I feel a little bit bad like about that, but you know, if you go and see, it's like, well, you know, I want to support the content creator that I like, right? You have to be a certain temperament to want to change. And particularly because there's so many streamers that are talking about, oh, you know, we're all a family and, you know, you all mean so much to me. There's definitely the way that they're going to like angle it. So it's like, oh, you know, if you move that away from me, that's, you know, why would you betray the family? Obviously they wouldn't be quite as explicit, but I've also, see, the problem is I've also been a mod for some streamers who do charity stuff. Let me just say, there's a very good reason why there are regulations around... okay, music copyright is the thing that Twitch is kind of getting in their legal hot water right now. Well, the creators are getting into legal hot water for. Twitch is just sort of saying, oh, you need to abide by the rules. There is a way that people do charity stuff on this platform where it's like, put the money into my PayPal account and I'll give the money to the charity. I've seen enough from people who I trusted and like I was a mod for to say I would never under any circumstances directly give the money to a broadcaster for charity stuff. I will use, you know, affiliate links. I will use, you know, established charity links, which are, by the way, so far as I can tell, the only legal way to actually do charity drives. And the thing is, like, this has gone on for years on Twitch, but like, there's no union of charity organizations, right? It's going to be individual. It's going to be individual. You know, sort of efforts to enforce compliance. And I'm assuming there's a bit of a gray zone in terms of saying it's like, if you do X, I will donate this much to charity. Like, I'm assuming there's some gray area where you can work with that. But yeah, like basically people shouldn't be saying, you know, put this money in my PayPal account and I'll donate it to charity. And I'll tell you for sure, like, that money is not always going to the charity. And I 100% wish that was the controversy that Twitch was embroiled in right now, whether or not you're allowed to put like a top 50 song on your stream in the background. Sorry, I just really brought down the mood out of all of that. Let's get some wins. Aww. Let's befriend this noble bee. Something like that. Oh no. Oh, come on. That's friendship juice you've seen. So, based off of something that I saw in the Brace Yourself kind of Clark Tank discussion forum, I did follow up on the Game Jam idea. Now, I haven't played the Game Jam version of Hollow Knight, but it does turn out that the game was in fact a Game Jam game, which I did not appreciate. I did see from the opening title that there was a good, it did have sort of the same character. So I have to suspect that sort of one of the all right, so we won't have the souls for the collector, but that's just a chance for me to get better at going in without support. Oh, that was a waste. Okay, one down. Oh, multiple aspects. Oh, come on! I really thought I had the range on that. Ah! I'm getting a little careless and distracted right now, but I should be able to recover. So I'm gonna try and get a heal in if I can. Ah! Okay, I just threw this away. Oh well. So I'm just going to take a second to stretch a little bit. Actually, because I was spending so much time talking about Python stuff, I know I do my data stuff. If I were to do videos, and this might be YouTube, this might be Twitch, but if I were to do something around programming in Python, would there be an interest in that? Or is it the case that the people who want to know programming already have the resources that they want, and, I'm not necessarily going to add anything to it. And like the people who aren't programming, it isn't for want of learning resources. It's more just they're not interested in learning it. I tried a C-sharp thing in Unity once, and the problem I ran into was the substance of the chat was usually like correcting off by one errors in real time, which I personally find very frustrating and not very substantive to the conversation. On the other hand, the other thing I need to remember is that I was a TA in introductory computer science for like 2 or 3 years, and so, and my actually that would be a fun stream to go over my like to go over my my teaching reviews with some of you. So it did occur to me that there might actually be a niche on some of this. Okay, so Olaf is giving a yay. I mean, the one problem is that I know that there are some very good Python-specific educators already out there, but of course that doesn't mean that there isn't something I might be able to contribute. Okay, so I'm not going to say that this is something I'm going to do soon or at all, but I have been working on a couple of things that might actually be some decent little side projects, and I might do those as streams at some point to see where people go. Stay tuned. But if you're interested in learning Python and you don't know where to start, that Automate the Boring Stuff link is actually a really good one. Ah. I don't know what I thought I was going to accomplish with that. Oh! Ah! Okay, so hopefully this is just a matter of recovering soul for the next round. Excuse me. Do you mind if I ask Olaf if you have any programming background? Obviously, it's not. I don't have any intention of like custom designing it for any one individual, but I'm just trying to get a little bit of a read on who people are interested in, or like the level of people who are interested in this stuff. I think one of the reasons for this too is that for me, like the hesitation that I have is that I am not a particularly good programmer. Like I'm not. I like to think I'm not bad. But the thing is that I've only ever used it in the context of trying to get something done. When I was in school, I would use a program called Stata, which is designed specifically for statistics and econometrics. So I think its probably biggest clients are, are like economists and political scientists. Unless political scientists use like R or something. And then, for macro, MATLAB's pretty popular. All right, this is a tough spot. Decent amount of C++ under your belt. Oh, that's more than I've ever gotten. I had to do C++ in a data structures and algorithms course, which is really interesting. But it was like the first time that they sort of made it so that it's like, So like the intermediate programming course was like, okay, so in this course we're going to learn, you know, a few things about object-oriented programming. You know, it's definitely definitely geared towards sort of developing sort of some more sophisticated programmers. But like there was still definitely a very like hand-holdy component of now we're going to learn some things specific to Java. Data structures and algorithms is sort of like an upper level course. And so the way that they work out the CS curriculum, at least at the university I went to, is that that's the point where you're sort of expected to be able to pick up a language on your own to kind of do what you need, which in this case was just, you know, like implementing things like a linked list or whatever. So what I found interesting there was, like, I got through, you know, many seg faults later, you know, I kind of got where I needed to go. But it's hard for me to say I ever really learned C++. I crash landed a lot of what I was doing. And this is the big thing for me. Like, for me, most of the time, unless it's in, you know, a teaching context, but in a teaching context, I sort of have a very clear idea of what I'm supposed to talk about. You know, in most cases, it's been, you know, I'm trying to estimate a model. You know, this computer program, you know, implements this really useful model for me, and I don't need to think about, you know, I don't need to think about, like, am I doing the math right when I build this thing? Like, I just, you know, I can sort of, I have the full faith and credit of the Stata Corporation backing these results. Which, maybe that's not a good way of doing it, I don't know, but... Oh, I really thought I was going to dodge the... Okay, good chance to heal there. Okay, we're 2 down, let's bring this thing home. I know there's going to be another phase after this one, but I'll try and be a little more aggressive. Oh, brutal. Object-orientated? I didn't know that was a thing. Yeah, but on the other hand, like, I also sort of know that in a lot of contexts, people are not necessarily looking to become sort of full-fledged, you know, like, so they're not going to want to become, like, they're not going to want to become, like, a senior programmer at DICE and, like, you know, come up with the latest version of Frostbite or something like that. It's, instead, you know, what you're probably wanting to do is something like, you know, I've got an Excel sheet and there's, you know, 20,000 rows in this thing, and I'd like to manipulate it in an interesting way and get an insight. And for whatever reason, you can't use pivot tables or something like that. Or, you know, again, I've got this kind of unsorted number of image files, and I'd sort of like to be able to at least put some kind of a dating convention on them. You know, this is all sort of stuff that you can learn to do very easily with a programming language, and it gives you one of the most important things you can get, which is time. Instead of miserably sitting down and doing this tedious task for all eternity, you get the computer to do it. So that's sort of why I tend to like it. But the thing is that perspective also leads me to sort of utter heresies. And so, you know, I kind of need to... The biggest thing is I need to bracket a lot of the stuff that I say in terms of just kind of the perspective that I'm coming from in terms of, you know, getting a common task that I want to have done. Oh, man. At that point, I kind of needed to commit to the heal just so that I didn't lose. Oh, good lord. I'll try and get a couple... Oh no, these aren't coming down, so... Oh, man. You're kidding me. All right. I figured the full masks is more of a priority than early damage. Phase 1 doesn't seem to be all that that tricky on me. That's actually 4 hits that I get in, so... Oh, got greedy. So I'll try and turn this into a heal if I can. I pretty much have to turn it into a heal now. Okay, one down. Ah. Again, lots of sloppiness happening, so I gotta find my happy place. Okay, well, 2 down, so this is gonna get quite a bit harder to heal, but it does also mean that I generate a lot more soul. Okay, that was a lucky draw. This is gonna get tricky, but not impossible. Okay, now it's quite a bit, yeah, alright. Feel like we need to distract you somehow. Mission accomplished, but I was gonna lose anyway. Okay, obviously not great as far as masks are concerned, but we know we can get that back from Elder Wu. Ah. Oh well, it gives me something to do during the fight. Bound to happen. And again, hopefully we have enough gas in the tank to take this to the collector. Cool. I have a tasty mallow cookie. Oh, that sounds really good. Oh no! Oh, that sucks. I did not mean to do that, Vengeful Spirit. So I'm gonna try and do a recovery mode here. Oh no. I'm letting this ball run away from me again. Okay. Are you kidding me? What? Oh, good lord. Like, I know mechanically what happened to me there, but I'm like, why did my attacks turn into damage I took? Oops. Oh man. What am I doing? Oh, good God. Okay. Oh, that's really crummy. That I maybe didn't appreciate that you get knocked back by, or maybe I'm just missing out. Okay, we're gonna pretend that one just didn't happen. I'm also thinking of extending, so like I don't think the practice is really gonna help me out here, because like obviously with the obviously you've seen me do the Radiant version of the Collector without all that much trouble. So what I might do is I might extend my rule about playing Hollow Knight off stream. I'm actually going to do some Pantheon runs on my own time. And then basically if I start feeling like I'm getting to stuff that would be good for the stream, oh man. I'm really losing. I feel like I've really lost focus here. But yeah, so I think what I might do when I have some free time in between, I've noticed I've actually been playing a bit of Warhammer 2, and it's because I'm saying to myself, well, I could play some Hollow Knight, but really all the practicing I'm doing in Hollow Knight is going to be the things that I don't need to practice. So I might actually start doing some Pantheon runs on my own time, just so I can make a little more progress. But as always, if I do that, I'm just going to record the videos. I do need to finish my tea. Done. I'm loving this carrot chat that's going on right now. The Eyes of Sin, I don't think has any interest in becoming a botanist, but I'm utterly fascinated by how much she knows about plants, and like some of the more like advanced, like how do you know this stuff kind of knowledge, which I don't know, I find delightful. Man, if I lose to the Hive Knight a third time in a row, I don't know. I have to declare stream bankruptcy. Unbelievable. Hey, Smithy Joe Bob. I thought I could get through it, but... Man, I'm really good at just bringing myself back to where I was before. Oh boy. Oh, come on. Alright. That was a super sloppy way to end that, but... Fortunately, Elder Who is always here to help me with the healing. Or, you know, possibly end the run. Unbelievable. But I wouldn't be so unkind to the Hive Knight because I like the character. That'd be like being mean to the Dung Defender. I think I would lose. I think I would lose my moral authority over chat. Such as it is. By the way, fun fact, I can't monetize any of my Hollow Knight videos because apparently the Pantheon songs are somewhat aggressively enforced in terms of copyright. So YouTube has put in an automated like removal system, which I think is kind of interesting. But like the fact of the matter is that I probably should just mute the music if I want to do that. And obviously the focus is on the game, not on not on making a buck. But I was a little intrigued to see such a regular string of like, you didn't get permission to use this, we're gonna take all your money notices from YouTube on that. Oh, nuts. Oh, nuts. Ooh, that timed out pretty well. Okay, so we'll consider that a reset at phase 1. Or I guess we're on to phase 2 now, but knock 1. Okay, I got a little lucky on the placements. Oh no! This is getting out of hand. I don't have any way of healing. Ah, nuts. Oh well. I definitely, I kind of got in my own head at the end there. So we were making it to the third phase, or a third knock, and I've definitely regressed. I hate it when I'm facing the wrong way on the attacks like that. Oh, this is an easy chance for a heal. I figure I should take it. Oh boy. As soon as I saw that thing pop up while I was healing, I'm like, oh, it's pointed straight at me. Oh well. Yeah, focused on the wrong thing, but we can still get through this. I don't know why I think I can do that while the bees are in there. It's never worked, and I always keep trying to do it. Oh boy. Okay, again, a little sloppy, but not something. Oh, come on! I hate it when he just vanishes after one hit, because I think it's the end, and then of course the rings come in and remind me that I still have... There we go. Oh, nuts. Oh no, I dodged it and then... Okay. Would have been nice to do a little more, have a healing opportunity, but we'll work with what we've got. Ah, 2 aspids? What did I do to deserve this? Reset. Alright, well, I've got to heal, so... I was hoping to deliver that as like a good magic hit. I almost got hit by that tricky corner. Alright. Oh, come on. I'm making the kind of mistakes that I was earlier in the run. I do have some healing spots that I've sort of found though, which is kind of nice. I shouldn't be focusing on healing, but like, okay, seconds. The fact that I have the option does make me feel a little better. Oh, this game hates me. I really should not have gotten hit by that. Like, internally for myself. Okay. I'm really resisting the urge to remove a binding. But here's what I am gonna do. It's really clear. I mean, you saw me kind of run in and do that Radiant version without any, any just. Oh, I guess there's no way of me changing my. There's no way of me changing my nail, though, is there? Well, let's see how representative it is. Okay, I still will kill him in one hit, so this is a meaningless exercise. I hope I remember what my charms were. I should probably be treating this a little more seriously than I am. Like, here I'm obviously not caring about the damage, but it's partly just because I know in the end, like, I'm building patterns based on being able to one-shot enemies, and it's the fact that I can't one-shot them that's kind of giving me like, if I could turn Aspids into a one-shot problem, I would have been over the Collector ages ago. It's the fact that I've got Balder shells and yeah, man, it's really hard to learn. Oh, hang on a second. I forgot that I've got my nail arts. I think. Maybe I don't. How much you want to bet me relearning learning to use my nail arts again is the way I'm gonna beat this thing. Okay. God, I don't even remember half the stuff that I had equipped anymore. Okay. This takes forever to load. Oh. Whoa, okay. So my nail arts are going to be very, very primitive. But I think the fact that I kind of know these other enemies, this gives me a chance to find a place in my repertoire. Because, like, I never use nail arts. Huh. Oh, come on. Okay. Now I'm remembering why. Now I'm remembering why I don't use nail arts. That probably would have been a time for a nail art. Yeah, just they feel very slow. I mean, as probably a big blow should be. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe on the collector. I just think I should be focusing on what I've got so far. The place I see the nail arts potentially working would be against the ads. But the problem is I can't necessarily predict what ads I'm going to be up against in on the collector. So, like, I'm sure the amount of damage that I've done to the Hive Knight here exceeds pretty much anything I'd pull off with the nail arts. There might be a better way of, like, dividing my so something like this, maybe. Too busy looking at the... Oh, man. Okay. Yeah, and then waiting for the load up. Okay. The other thing about the nail arts, I suppose, is that it does a lot of damage without giving you the soul for it. So if I'm doing a magic-based approach, earning that soul is kind of important. So I don't know. There's probably a place for nail arts that I haven't quite worked out for myself, but I think right now they're going to have to be very, very situational. And I think what I should just do is get a little bit better at managing lots of enemies on the screen during the collector. Which is easier said than done, obviously, but I want to try and be... Basically, I just want to overall be a little more careful. Oh, that sucked. Just a case of get goods. Thanks. Be sure to ask for the Moderna version of the get goods vaccine, not the AstraZeneca one. No, please use whatever vaccine you have available to you. Apparently in Canada there's an insane phenomena where apparently Pfizer is the cool vaccine, so people are turning down Moderna. And I'm like, there are countries desperate for vaccines. Like, we have taken out of COVAX, as is Canada's right. Like, I'm not saying it's wrong that we did that, but the fact that we have Canadian citizens who are like, I want the cool vaccine, when we've pulled, like, vaccines out of COVAX is infuriating. Ah. Okay, this will be a lesson in managing... Oh. Should have been a lesson in managing lots of enemies. It was more of a clown show. Speaking of clown shows, do you guys like how I said that Humble beclowned itself? When's the last time you've heard somebody say that? That's a great word. I'm seeing some endorsement of Beclowned, but unfortunately I'm in a bit of a tight spot. Saved! Not saved! Ah! Oh, I really thought I had the second hit on that Balder. No! I lost everything on that. No! Oh, that's such a shame. Gaming to be busy with a game and not reading chat. This guy, yeah. What's the point of being on Twitch, right? Hey, Dodge Viper GT. I am a little bit over my usual streaming time, but I really wanted to try and make it to the halfway point, and I did have a couple of rants, so I'll at least make up the rants. But again, just in the interest of making some progress, I think I am going to allow myself some time off cast. At the very least, like, just until I sort of break the kind of the current the current block. I mean, this stuff, I have no doubt that I'll get it. It's just, it's taking quite a bit longer than I thought it would. And I think this is definitely something that I need to be able to do more than, like... So, like, the thing is, right now, I'm expecting myself to, like, sort of turn on for Hollow Knight once a week. And I'm not really sure that's going to be the way that I solve this in a timely fashion. I think being able to, like, just get a little time in when I'm feeling up to it is going to be the way that I see this thing get cracked. However, I'm going to make another trip to the bathroom. I will see you all in just a second. Thank you, Valiant Cheese. Sorry I was gone while that was happening. Thank you very much for the, well, actually, sorry. Thank you, Olaf, and thank you, Valiant Cheese, for hanging around to get the subscription. Olaf's doing good work here. Thank you very much, Olaf. And I'm actually happy that Cheese is able to take advantage of some of the lovely emotes again. Fine work by the Eyes of Sin, who is the primary reason I am streaming Hollow Knight for you. Maybe not Hollow Knight for you still. My stubbornness and determination is the reason I am streaming Hollow Knight for you still. Oops. But Eyes of Sin's recommendation was the reason I finally started playing this back in December. Oh, come on. No! I like the visuals of the enemy's attacks when they don't hit me. I love the zest for life the collector has. He's here to have a good time and no one will stop. Yeah, least of all me. How you doing, Prometheus? Nuts. The traitorous corner again. Obviously, it would have been nice to try and heal out of that, but clearing the board is also a priority. 2 Aspids, nobody got time for that. Okay, so that's 2 knocks. It's gonna get a little tougher moving on, but... Oh. No! Oh, good. I need to handle that grouping a lot better. That was just a clear move. Oh. Nuts! That was gonna be the run. Yeah, you and me both, Valiant Cheese. So one of the things, do enemies still come out of the bots if you hit them before? No, I'm hitting them the second that they hit the ground. And the challenge is that sometimes those Aspids can actually shoot you at the time, like at the moment that they pop out, and I haven't been able to get a read on when that happens and when that doesn't. The other thing that's probably creating some difficulty in getting a read is you'll notice that in the foreground, so like, you know, you've got sort of this foreground business here. There's a couple of pots in the foreground, particularly in the bottom left-hand corner, and those are really good at hiding boulders. So I've had to learn to sort of get a bit of a read in terms of what they're doing. One thing that's been happening for me is that as I've been playing for the past hour and a half or so, I've noticed I've been getting a lot of tunnel vision quite a bit. And I'm not 100% sure why. It's not something I normally have an issue with here. But I've actually noticed the way that I've been feeling playing the game has shifted from how I felt last week. And that's really... So if it feels like I'm doing really well, like I've definitely had times where the run's fallen apart, but there are some times in the collector fight where I genuinely lose track of everything that's going on. And so if it feels like there's a couple of times where it's been a really good run and then out of nowhere it falls apart, sometimes that's happened before anyway, but this time specifically, there have been some cases where I'm just losing, figurative tunnel vision. I've like really just lost track on what's going on. I am gonna need to wrap up at some point because again, I do have a big stream tomorrow. But let's see if we can get. I'm not 100% sure if I'm allowed to say at the moment, Cheese, just because I was told to keep something to myself, and while technically the developer has announced the event that it's going on for, I didn't actually formally get the okay. So sorry. Overall good news, though. Again, I'm getting money on this one, so... Actually, I said my rate, and the developer said it was nice enough to say, it's like, we think you're being very reasonable about this, so reasonable that we're actually going to pay you more. Which I thought was really nice of them. Because I've always been very bad at pricing myself, so clearly there is definitely more than a few people who would take advantage of that or just see it as a really good deal. And I really appreciate that they took the time to sort of say that, you know, the last contract you did was someone who paid you $5 more than you asked. Sorry, $5 an hour more. Sorry, it was like $5 more. I was like, oh, that's nice. Then I'm like, an hour. I'm like, oh, okay, that might have been a little more than what I'm thinking. Yeah, like one of the problems that I have is that if I wanted to very honestly price myself, what I would do is I would take my econ rate, and like my econ rate is already very low by econ rates, just by, you know, by virtue of the place that I'm working. I mean that was a choice that I made relative to the type of work that I would be doing, or thought that I would be doing. Obviously, I'm a little sorry, I just need a second to reorient and drink some water. So, it's basically, like, if I could work an extra hour at my current job, what would I be making? And the problem is that if I establish that wage for myself, the real problem here is that I price myself out as a streamer, like out of the market as a streamer, because the fact of the matter is there's other people who can probably do things better than I can at a lower rate. 70 an hour. Good lord, I'm in the wrong business. Yeah, same. So, especially because, like, I sort of know that when I do streams on, you know, on Steam, I have to recognize that, like, part of the audience that's coming in there is based on the developer's marketing efforts. So, you know, it's not to say that I'm not sort of like a force multiplier, but obviously my value is when there's already an established audience, and the idea is that, you know, being able to sort of grow that audience over the course of the broadcast and sort of show the product the way that, you know, is appealing, at least appealing enough to the people who are showing up to the streams. So, like, with that in mind, I can't just, like, take, you know, well, here's how many more copies you sold today when I was streaming, assuming that they were to give that information. You know, that was all me. And I'm like, well, no, because, like, obviously if there wasn't the marketing to get people to show up, those extra sales, like, it wouldn't even be a third of that. Like, obviously I'm not the fact that I am streaming a given game is not necessarily the draw. The draw is that people were checking out the site for one reason or another, saw something that they liked, and they stuck around, which has this nice sort of feedback loop of, it will mean that it gets better placement on, you know, on like the rankings of things, and so people are gonna check it out because there's something big going on. But obviously that ball only gets rolling because there's been other expenditure or other effort put into getting that critical mass in the first place. And while I'd love to be able to like rent out an audience to developers, I just know that that's not my role. Unfortunately, I'm not like I'm not a name. I'm not somebody who can bring that to the party. Ah! This is gonna be hell on earth to try and clear out. So obviously that would have been a wonderful opportunity for healing there. But the lesson in... The lesson in managing a lot of things on the table isn't all that bad either. Okay, I'm starting to lose it. Let's get back on track. Okay. Drat. Oh, and I died to the worst I died to the worst type of enemy. Freelancers have to charge a bit extra since you've got to bake in the effort involved with chasing contracts, covering your operating overheads. Brad, yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is the challenge, right? Like, to me, this is still very much a hobby, and I've been careful now to, you know, to like delineate the business expenses on my taxes. And the main reason for this was I have a 20 series GeForce in my computer now. And that's, some of you may remember this, like when I was playing Age of Wonders Planetfall. Hey, BadgerBoy69, how you doing? Some of you may remember that like the frame rate started dropping inexplicably and my computer would blue screen. And that was, well, there was two things. So one was a processor problem, and the other problem was my video card just started straight up dying. You can't get the Mantis Claw. You're wondering where you can get that from? Can I even bring up the map? I'm trying. Just give me a minute here. It's been a while since I've had to get the Mantis Claw, so I obviously wanted to make sure that I interpreted that correctly as a request for help. I should mention that this is the first time that I've played Hollow Knight, so there might be a better way of handling it. But if I remember correctly, this is the Mantis Claw is the thing that you can climb up walls with. So it's the village. Mantis Village probably is probably already a hint.
I would never want
Oh, thank you very much for the follow. I don't think it's in Fog Canyon. So I'm narrowing down here. Okay, here we go. Here's the Mantis Village. So I gotta shift tab to, so that the Steam overlay comes in. So you're probably wanting to look inside here, and let me. So again, like we're talking months ago in terms of where I found it. So there's a boss fight down here, so it's not going to be in there. I need to think about it. So if I remember correctly, this I don't think is a big open area. I think this is sort of like a bit of a platforming area, and I seem to remember, like, I tend to find that when I find special items in the game, they're like in the back of the rooms that I go in. So please keep in mind, this is not like, this is not a hardcore 100% look here and you'll find it. But I would guess if you can get yourself... So if you can find yourself in this area and you'll go through the fungal wastes to get in there, I think if you try through Fog Canyon, you might wind up into a couple of those black barriers. But I think if you go through the fungal wastes and you sort of check out this area here, I think that's the most likely place that you're going to find the Mantis Claw. What do I normally play? Well, I do Hollow Knight once a week, so I do that every Friday, and I do tend to stream a lot of strategy games. So on Mondays I've been doing Stellaris lately, and then on Wednesday I've been doing a couple of games by not a local, but a Canadian developer, Brace Yourself Games. So they're best known for Crypt of the Necrodancer, but they have 2 games coming out, Industries of Titan, which is a sort of strategy city builder. It's coming to Steam next month, actually. It looks very, very cool, and I've obviously been playing it quite a bit, and I've enjoyed that. And then Phantom Brigade, which is a little bit more like XCOM. It's sort of a cinematic tactical mech game. But Hollow Knight was something that a wonderful streamer... well, I haven't played... See, the funny thing is, I haven't played too much of Binding of Isaac. It's actually the Eyes of Sin, who's in chat, is the one who recommended Hollow Knight to me. I had a little difficulty getting into Binding of Isaac because it seems to be that a lot of people... Like, it seems to be that game is built for people who have already... It looks like people have all, like, people who've played a lot of The Legend of Zelda is the intended audience for that, and I haven't, so I had some difficulty getting into it the way that I've gotten into other roguelike style games. I know Legend of Zelda is not a roguelike, but so like around the time that I played Binding of Isaac, I tried Risk of Rain, and I really liked Risk of Rain, but I really struggled to get into Binding of Isaac. And I think one of the things that I got to appreciate about Binding of Isaac is that because I hadn't really played Zelda, and the fact that sort of this idea of looking at walls for sort of like these broken areas to blow them up with bombs, or to look for like discolored pots and whatnot, like that's kind of part of the grammar of that game that they're expecting that you're taking in. And I didn't really appreciate that until I watched somebody play it, and they were familiar with those things. So, you know, I'm probably on, you know, yours and Cheese's side on this, which is to say that the game's probably not for me. But of course, I'm lucky that I have lots of other games that I get to play and enjoy. So, you beat Hornet today. Very good. I actually really like the music for Hornet. Hornet overall is a really cool character. I feel like they should give her own game. But yeah, this is actually the first sort of Metroid-style game that I've gotten into. You'll have to forgive me if I'm taking a little bit to respond to your comments here, Badger Boy. But you probably haven't gotten to this part in the game. But suffice to say, it's a bit challenging. I actually really struggled to get into that style of game for a while, and for similar reasons as to why I found it hard to get into Binding of Isaac. But I feel that Hollow Knight did such a good job of introducing me to this style of game that I feel like I can now go to games like Ori and the Blind Forest or Axiom Verge or some of these other ones and be able to, you know, to have an appreciation for them. Or actually, another one. This is a game that I really appreciated getting as a gift from the Eyes of Sin, mostly because I know that her giving a gift... Oh man, I did not mean to do that Vengeful Spirit there. obviously I'm shouting out her commission, so I know being able to get some spare money for a gift is, that's quite a sacrifice. Not to, make light of someone's finances, just, obviously I'm trying to drum up work for them, so I'm appreciating the expense that went into it. But Environmental Station Alpha, I feel, is like another game that I will appreciate better having played Hollow Knight. Yeah, I was being a little facetious when I said they should make a game, give Hornet her own game. Actually, one of the things I really like is that the trailer does a good job of sort of communicating how good they've sort of captured the feeling of the Hornet fight in the player. Okay, I know, good. The problem is that I know even when when I have the benefit of tone, sometimes sarcasm on the internet is a little tricky. Tricky to parse, so I try to be try to signpost where I can, especially if there's a chance for misunderstanding. So sorry, I know sometimes it feels like I'm talking down to people in that, and I apologize. I'm probably going to be a little less responsive to chat because I've been struggling on this particular fight in the Pantheon, but I'll do my best to keep abreast of what's going on in chat. But yeah, I feel what's great about Hollow Knight is that there's so many games that I'm going to be able to appreciate. Okay, so that's one down. There's just so many games that I'm going to be able to appreciate now because Hollow Knight has been able to communicate its interest in, what's interesting about these Metroid-style games. And what my hope is that maybe one day I'll find a similar game for sort of games which are inspired by Zelda. Maybe even just playing the Zelda games on their own. Yes, exactly. Or had it cracked for me by the developers at Team Cherry. See, I do some of these really good dodges, and I'm feeling very pleased with myself, and then I do boneheaded moves like what you just saw. There's a lot of stuff on the table, so I think I'm just going to do a clearing run. Okay, that's not great. Oh no. Yeah, he got behind the jar again. Collector's kind of scary because you're a child. Yeah, I mean you're gonna leave until this fight's over. Completely understand, Badger Boy. It's the one that I get stuck on, so I'm gonna be running into this a few times. Obviously, I don't want you to do anything that you feel uncomfortable with, but I should warn you that it's gonna be the third boss. Each time I run into this challenge, that's going to be that one. So if you want to mute the stream or do anything else, just a heads up on that. I probably won't be streaming for too much longer either. So, but this one's for Badger Boy. Hopefully we can end the nightmares because of the. That was worth a try. Oh, come on. Oh, this is brutal. I'll say you'll be mute for the stream for the collector. Okay, that's cool. Oh, that was terrible. Yeah, Badger Boy. And, here's the thing. I always appreciate it when people are watching my stream. I like it when people like my stuff. I like it when people hang out. but I want people to enjoy themselves. So if there's something that's on the screen that doesn't work for you, if you're, I don't want you to feel uncomfortable being in the stream. You followed, I really appreciate that. You can always come back when there's something that there's something that works a little bit better for you. Your T key's broke. Yeah, no worries. But yeah, I would never want someone to stay in the broadcast if there was something that they were uncomfortable with. The same reason that when I play Phantom Brigade, that has an epilepsy warning. And so I would never want somebody who feels that they might be affected by that to hang around out of some sense of loyalty. I appreciate this feeling completely, but I would never want somebody to be uncomfortable on the stream. Oops. You have epilepsy. Okay. So yeah, those are definitely. There's definitely some games that. Trigger those responses. Although, as I always like pointing out, the people who are affected by that also share more in common with Julius Caesar than I do. No! Kind of severe action. Oh. So yeah, definitely if you see me playing Phantom Brigade has an epilepsy warning for it. So that's one that you probably want to, that's probably one that you would want to avoid. As cool as the game is. But Hollow Knight's not a problem. I guess if you're playing Hollow Knight, you've already seen it. But. Yeah, no problem, Dodge Viper. Thanks for stopping by. Probably won't be streaming for all that much longer. I, of course, am already feeling sufficiently famous, so I don't need the follow option. But for those of you that want to become famous, I just closed off the opportunity of a lifetime. Oops. Wasn't paying attention. Yeah, I'm really losing focus here. Let's just get this fight over with. It's probably the best way for me to. Oops. So I'll be at 3 masks and then I'll get the no famous, only friend. The thing I always found funny, so I always wondered if the whole follow thing was specifically so people could sort of create accounts that were designed to try and get keys from developers. Excuse me. But it seems to be that the dynamic has shifted to concurrent views, which I always personally like. I always find is a tough one, right? Because like obviously what happened with Paradox was I would try and do their like less popular games, my concurrent views would sort of fall down, and then all of a sudden I'm not eligible for the stuff that I do a really good job on. So, and I think it creates a set of perverse incentives. But on the other hand, like, obviously people want to see sort of a return on investment, even if that investment's just a key. But like a follower in and of itself, I'm not quite sure what you'd pay for, because like it's not like a follow is necessarily going to be coming back to check out your stuff. You're so tired. Oh yeah, no worries, Badger Boy. Thanks for stopping by. Have a great night. Key giveaways attract so many fake. Yeah, for sure. But yeah, have a great one, Badger Boy. Thanks for stopping by. Good luck finding the Mantis Claw. And I don't want to tell you anything else that you're coming up, but good work on Hornet. And I think you'll enjoy some more of the stuff that's coming up. Have a good one. Oh, okay, that's a bit of a shame that I threw away some of the soul there. Collector time. It's a nice stack of damage I did there. Okay, I'm not going to be looking at chat for the next little bit, so my apologies in advance. Ah! I thought that was one of the flies. Oh, I'm so lucky there. Cool. Nuts. I would have rather not had to use that for heals, but we're doing pretty well so far, so okay. No! Get it. All goes away in one round. He figures people who try to sell YouTube subscribers the thing that gives apparent prestige and potentially makes opportunities for sponsorship, etc. more accessible. Absolutely. Well, the thing is that with YouTube, if you have 1,000 subscribers, your channel becomes eligible for monetization. And one of the reasons why YouTube introduced that was that there would be sort of this swarm of like sort of low effort, you know, kind of, you know, like the sort of stuff that you saw around the like so there's a whole thing about like, you know, Russian influence on the election and that. But one of the things that was happening as well was just that people were, okay, I'm going to get in trouble saying this because I know people don't believe this, but and in fact, okay, I'm going to read you all a letter. This is a letter from Thomas Jefferson. And those of you that know a little bit of American history, oh God, this is going to be so hard to read on my phone. Those of you that know some American history will know that Thomas Jefferson is not exactly, his hands are not exactly clean on this. But this is a letter from Thomas Jefferson to John Norvell, 11th of June, 1807. Your letter of May 9th has been duly received. The subjects it proposes would require time and space for even moderate development. My occupations limit me to very short notice of them. I think there does not exist a good elementary work on the organization of society into civil government. I mean a work which presents in one full and comprehensive view the system of principles on which such an organization should be founded, according to the rights of nature. For want of a single work of that character, I should recommend Locke on Government, Sidney Priestley's essay on the first principles of government, Chipman's Principles on Government, and The Federalist, adding perhaps Beccaria on Crimes and Punishments because of the demonstrate manner in which he has treated that branch of the subject. Sorry, this is written in like the original hand with all of the weird capitalization and punctuation, so I'm also trying to get to the part that I think is relevant. If your views on political inquiry go further than the subjects of money and commerce, Smith's Wealth of Nations is the best book to be read, unless Say's Political Economy can be had, which treats the same subjects... the same subjects on the same principles, but in a shorter compass and more lucid matter. But I believe this work has not been translated into our language. Next paragraph. History in general only informs us what bad government is, but as we have employed some of the best materials on the British Constitution in the constitution of our own government, a knowledge of British history becomes useful to the American politician. There is, however, no general history of that country which can be recommended. The elegant one of Hume seems intended to disguise and discredit the good principles of the government, and is so plausible and pleasing in its style and manner as to instill its errors and heresies insensibly into the minds of unwary readers. Baxter has performed a good operation on it. He has taken the text of Hume as his groundwork, abridging it by the omission of some details of little interest, and wherever he has found him endeavoring to mislead by either the suppression of a truth or by giving it false coloring, he has changed the text to what it should be, so that we may properly call it Hume's history republicanized. He has moreover continued the history, but indifferently from where Hume left it to the year 1800. The work is not popular in England because it is republican, and few copies have ever reached America. It is a single 4to, I think, quarto volume. Adding to this Ludlow's memoirs, Mrs. Macaulay's and Belknap's histories, a sufficient view will be presented of the free principles of English constitutions. Okay, so here's the part that I actually wanted. Hey, Talwyn Moththorn. I wanted to at least present the letter in context, but here's the part that is relevant. To your request of my opinion of the matter in which a newspaper should be conducted so as to be most useful, I should answer by, quote, by restraining it to true facts and sound principles only, end quote. Yet I fear such a paper would find few subscribers. It is a melancholy truth that a suppression of the press could not more completely deprive the nation of its benefits than is done by its abandoned prostitution to falsehood. Nothing can now be believed which is seen in a newspaper. Truth itself becomes suspicious by being put into that polluted vehicle. The real extent of this state of misinformation is known only to those who are in situations to confront facts within their knowledge, which lies, with the lies of the day. I really look with commiseration over that great body of my fellow citizens who, reading newspapers, live and die in the belief that they have known something of what has been passing in the world in their time, whereas the accounts they have read in newspapers are just as true a history of any other period of the world as of the present, except that the real names of the day are affixed to their fables. General facts may indeed be collected from them. I'm sorry, I know this is hard to parse out. Such as Europe is now at war, that Bonaparte has been a successful warrior, and he has subjugated a great portion of Europe too as well, etc., etc. But no details can be relied on. I will add that the man who never looks at a newspaper is better informed than he who reads them, inasmuch as he who knows nothing is nearer to the truth than those whose mind is filled with falsehoods and errors. He who reads nothing will still learn the great facts, and the details are all false. Perhaps an editor might begin the Reformation in some way such as this. Divide his paper into 4 chapters, heading the first, truths, second, probabilities, third, possibilities, fourth, lies. And the first chapter would be very short, as it would contain little more than authentic papers and information from such sources as the editor would be willing to risk his own reputation on their truth. The second would contain that, what from a mature consideration of all circumstances, his judgments should conclude to be properly true. This, however, should rather contain too little than too much. The third and fourth should professedly be for those readers who would rather have lies for their money than the blank paper that they would occupy. Such an editor, too, would have to set his face against the demoralizing practice of feeding the public mind habitually on slander and the depravity of taste which this nauseous ailment induces. Defamation is becoming a necessity of life, insomuch that a dish of tea in the morning or evening cannot be digested without the stimulant. Even those who do not believe these abominations still read them with a complacence to their auditors, and instead of the abhorrence and indignation which should fill the virtuous mind, betray a secret pleasure in the possibility that some may believe them, though they do not themselves. It seems to escape them that it is not he who prints, but he who pays for printing a slander who's the real author. And then, there's a little bit more in the closing paragraph, but I've already sort of trespassed on your attention here. So, basically, this is... Everybody knows this complaint, right? It's presented in, 19th century English with all its attendant spelling and punctuation. But there's a really important truth that Jefferson is getting into here, which is that it is absolutely true that Fox News and now Newsmax readers are among the most uninformed consumers of news in in the United States. In Canada, we have our own versions of the papers, although we had an effort at sort of a Fox News type vehicle for video news called Sun, and it just crumbled. Like, and the thing is, it was just a bad TV station. Like, whatever your politics were, it was not a good broadcast. It was some of the most low effort and just low quality material that you could get. The olden stand, yeah. So, and this is the thing, like, we don't want to admit that. I remember watching Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and Jagmeet Singh stream Among Us, I think with Victoria, actually. I don't think she was on the stream at this point, but she was talking about having like Murdoch, or the lack of Murdoch media in Canada, leading Canada to have sort of a more, I don't know, harmonious body politic or something like that. So first of all, I'm not entirely sure that's true. Canada is not necessarily some bastion of, right, proper political thinking. We're obviously definitely a more progressive country than the United States. But the thing is, and this is like, I can point you to studies that have worked on this. Everything I have ever seen is indicating that people consume Fox News because that's what they want to watch. It's not that Fox News is like turning people into these beliefs. Like, so it's the idea here that if you sit someone down who's like, a hardcore Bernie Sanders supporter, or, pick your, or I mean, obviously he's not a Democrat, but, or AOC, someone who likes the Squad. Like, if you sit them down and you subject them to X hours of Fox News, if anything, they are probably going to be more confirmed in their Victoria, the community manager, not Queen Victoria. Although that would have been an amazing stream. If anything, they're probably going to be more confirmed in their liberal beliefs than they are going to convert to the Fox News way of thinking. I'm not saying that is a good thing. I'm not saying that's something we should necessarily accept. What I am saying, though, is that I think Jefferson had it right, 200 years ago. That ultimately the authors of these slanders are very much the people who are paying for. Every time, everybody knows this trick, right? Every time you retweet, I'm not going to say the names because that's the problem. But everybody knows these, outrage figures that you retweet, and you've got your super clever dunk or you've got your super clever rebuttal. Well, they still got the interaction that they were looking for. And the people who want to see that stuff are just going to go follow anyway. So why am I bringing this up? Because one of the other phenomena of the 2016 election was not necessarily things that were driven by any state actor, but a number of people who are reasonably good at search engine optimization, creating what is basically what we now know as fake news, because there was a market for that. There were people who really wanted to believe that, and they would have hundreds of accounts with these absolutely outrageous claims in them. But there would also be other blogs that would sort of pick up, this video shows ... Now they've got a few more people watching, and you've got a few more ad clicks, and then you multiply that over a couple of hundred channels, and again, the ones that work, you sort of bump up and do a little bit more like that. The channels that die, you sort of learn a little bit about how you tailor your material to an audience. And it would be very lucrative. It would be a very lucrative enterprise. And look, I mean, you have to have a certain type of character to be willing to do that sort of thing. I mean, these are people in Cyprus, so right. So I'm assuming that they're not as invested in the, the well-being of the American public. But one of those people has gotten really messed up medically. Really? Like one of the people who like run those sites? But yeah, like the big thing on this is that like I think some of it comes down to being able to diagnose where the problem's coming from. Obviously, if you really think that it's the fact that these papers exist and they're giving the wrong information, and that if only we could have a source of the correct information, then effectively you're kind of making an argument for Pravda, right? You want the state-run newspaper that is only going to print the truth, and you just really hope that the state keeps telling you the truth. I don't think anybody really wants that. But unfortunately, we live in a time where people that's not necessarily what they're looking for. They're looking for entertainment. This is as old as the movie Network, which still holds up today. But one of the ways that YouTube combated that is that your channel needs to hit 1,000 subscribers before you can start monetizing. And so this idea of suddenly sending in sort of this Zerg rush of low quality channels and just see what sort of gets picked up by the zeitgeist, that's blunted a little bit. And then, as Valiant Cheese points out, like there's still bot services that do that, but presumably, because YouTube is trying to tamp down on those kinds of channels, they're going to be looking for bot accounts. So anyways, I know I really went on a few different tangents there, but suffice to say, like follows on Twitch means something a little bit different from YouTube. You have a state-funded broadcast service which has some degree of guaranteed independence, which provides much better news coverage than any privately owned ones. Yeah, same in Canada. I really like the CBC. My aunt does not, but I have a feeling that my aunt would very much prefer a channel that gives the conservative talking points consistently and does not question them. I do think there are a couple of ratings that do partisan leanings, and I think they do say that the CBC is mildly left-wing, which I think, fair enough. Like, I might have a bit of a blind spot on that because I tend to watch stuff like Power and Politics, which tends to have interviews. And I know, like, the host is currently on mat leave, but, like, Vasi Kapelos is the main host on that one. And she can be pretty ruthless on some of the interviews. So I do tend to notice that when the government, which is currently the Liberal government, gives something of a pat answer, she's usually quite good at sort of drilling down and sort of pointing out, with respect, you didn't answer the question, and so on. But yeah, like the important thing here is that it's the state broadcasters in these cases are participating in an overall marketplace, which is obviously a very different thing from saying because we believe that if people read lies, it will corrupt them, and so we need to impose. We need to impose a truth. I was obviously, when I say Pravda, I'm talking very specifically about a particular, a particular structure, which has very little to do with getting to the truth, but could, would certainly be the sort of thing that would emerge out of people. Verifiable facts are generally left wing. I don't know about that, but. The one thing I will say, like for a very large period of time, the News Corp has been very good at the news as entertainment model, and whether that's because their competitors are not willing to go that, to do that step, or they just happen to be, the top of it. I mean, obviously Roger Ailes is a major Republican figure, so it's not like, it's not like he's going to, suddenly find religion and become, well, I mean, he's dead now, but like, it's not like he was gonna like come out and make a left-wing station. On the other hand, though, like, it definitely feels that Murdoch is somewhat pragmatic. Like he didn't have a problem. He didn't have a problem working with Tony Blair, and I realize that sort of third way labor is not necessarily what everybody. Like, I know some people kind of consider that to be sort of a betrayal of the principles or whatever. But, it seems to me that he's probably a little bit more interested in being able to, make money and to be able to, kind of retain his power. I have a feeling that probably as a very wealthy person, he benefits from the types of policies that more conservative parties do, and so he would want to see, this is brutal, would work with. But like the other thing too is that there are definitely some things that are sort of darlings among, among more left-wing, or again, like, I think some people would object as to what, whether or not this is properly characterizing left-wing. Like, a really good example here would be the idea of small business as a driver of employment. There is an argument, a fairly convincing one, that the quality of jobs being generated by that segment of the economy are not as desirable as the ones that larger businesses are. Now, that doesn't mean that it's like, the problem is that when you're in a very polarized environment, the usual response that you get is like, what, so we should just give a bunch of tax breaks to big corporations? Like, well, no. I'm just saying that this talking point about, we should be giving a bunch of incentives to small business to spur that type of growth, and employment is a a reason we should be doing that. We should be really careful here that what we're doing is not just giving a tax break to maybe a well-off but not as well off as the the 1% group. That if you want to have good jobs, you might want to be considering, how do you structure things in such a way that this engine of the economy is actually producing work that's attractive. Because there's a thing too, if the jobs aren't as good as the bigger companies, then that means the bigger companies are going to attract the better talent who are going to pursue a wage commensurate to their ability. And yeah, I mean, but I see, Upworthy and Now This and all of these outlets, and it's not like they're necessarily informing their viewership either. Now, that's obviously very, I don't know if there's a News Corp, a left-wing equivalent to News Corp. So I appreciate that that's a very different kind of comparison going on there, but tax base based on how much more time off you give your employee. That could, yeah. I mean, that's one possibility on it. Obviously, that's building an incentive structure. One other thing that's worth mentioning that I've noticed is I've noticed some people who are applying to Canada's Canadian Media Fund. Apparently, some of these questionnaires that they're getting are saying, like, how many jobs have you created? And I think this is really interesting, right? Because now we're mandating that Canadian culture has to produce a certain number of jobs to be worth supporting. But the thing that's funny is that if you go for an economic definition of productivity, right, you want higher output for the same or fewer inputs. So if you are trying to maximize your headcount as conditional for getting government support for culture, what you are doing is you are actually creating a policy that optimizes low productivity culture. And I like, for me, from a policy point of view, I think Canadian culture is worth supporting, worth financially supporting. I think our games industry is a great example of an industry that is world class, partly as a result of the fact that these, formerly grants, now kind of effectively high quality loans are being given to our developers. And I think it's worth saying this policy exists to support Canadian culture, and we're not going to worry about the number of jobs that it creates. The number of jobs that get created in tech jobs is going to be another factor, and we're going to create an environment in which either that's incentivized or we ensure that that we're creating a structure in which the employment is either worthwhile or moving up. There's a number of moving parts that are going on here. So big corporations frequently they'll have to look after their employees or properly pay taxes. You consider wage theft, poor conditions. Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm definitely not saying that any of these things are negative. I'm just saying that in the current environment, when you measure the jobs created from, at least in the Canadian context, jobs generated by multinationals and jobs generated by small businesses, there's an entire group of small businesses that are minimum wage, will give you your schedule 2 weeks in advance level jobs. And obviously Starbucks is a big company too. They might pay better than minimum wage, but that's not necessarily a lot of certainty in terms of your hours. And so the thing is that just as a talk, like it's a point that the NDP makes a lot. The NDP is our very left-wing party. And the thing is that while I absolutely think that we should definitely be investing in Canada and our ability to generate generate economic activity on our own and to be able to sort of, create prosperity, I think it is also worth saying, we should be honest about what exactly we're trying to do and what the benefits are. Because right now there's a series of policies that they would kind of advocate that I think most level-headed analysis would say is not necessarily guaranteed to create the outcomes that they do. And all that the important thing that I'm trying to say here is that there is a set of sort of shibboleths among any given political group that it sort of feels like you need to believe to be a member, and that it comes back to this casual relationship with the truth. But it's obviously also different from the idea of watching a television station which is dedicated towards misinforming you. That's all that I'm trying to say in that one here. Because the thing is that I think the reason why I take the time to talk about these examples are that I think the right-wing examples are very well known. I also think they're very egregious. I have a really big problem with them. The problem is that I also think that focusing a lot on one side of that equation tends to give this belief that, my side is always right. And it's worth trying to come up with those examples in terms of where they go through. And I mean, I have the virtue of living in Canada, right? So I do happen to know that there are some ethical and reasonable conservatives in the country who genuinely do want to see good things. I mean, there's also a Republican governor of Vermont, right? Who is definitely quite different from the Republicans, writ large. So a really good example here would be Rona Ambrose, former interim leader of the Canadian Conservative Party, a party that I would find it very hard to vote for. I'll be completely honest in saying that right now. But she advocated hard, and actually it was the Senate that was blocking this sort of training for judges for sexual assault cases, because we did have this problem of basically judges saying to the victims of sexual assault, just close your legs, or equivalents to that. This is public documents you can look up. she put that through the House of Commons, and it was liberal and conservative senators, I believe majority liberal in fact, who were keeping that legislation from being passed. And to the credit of the Liberal government, they reintroduced that bill, and it has ultimately become law. But like, this is the thing, right? Like, Rona Ambrose, when I talk with my more progressive friends, never gets credit. It's always the talk about what she did as environment minister under the Conservatives, or the fact that she is a conservative. But I think actually, compared to the last 2 or 3 leaders that the Conservative Party has had, she has been one of the more effective ones. And I think at the very least, I am willing to give credit where credit is due. I wouldn't vote for her. I probably wouldn't vote for a party led by her unless they put in some really big reforms. But I do think it is worth mentioning that not only did she advocate for this piece of legislation, but the people who like to sort of tout their feminist credentials put quite a bit of effort to make sure that that did not become law until ultimately the government of today definitely made a hard commitment and put in the effort to finally realize it. So that's why I try, I don't like being the what about guy, but I do think there's just some value in trying to point out that sometimes these conversations can make it seem like one side's a little too one side sort of has a monopoly on the truth. Oh man, I screwed up the Vengeful Spirit twice. You've had your problems with... Oh yeah, I mean, was it Gillard? I actually watched her speech recently. Oh god, I'm really sucking. I think probably because I'm ranting now and not focusing on the game, I should probably just wrap it. I'm sorry for those of you signed up for a game and suddenly heard, a bunch of political rants. It's probably not what you signed up for. Let's finish strong, though. Okay, sort of a reset till I screwed that up. Okay. Oh, I got lucky there. Again, sorry I'm ignoring chat. Especially because I know, like, I say a bunch of contentious political things in a very strident fashion, and then I'm like, oh, sorry guys, I'm going to pay attention to the game now. I realize that's kind of crummy of me. Of course, I got the bully pulpit, so I don't feel too bad about it, but... I'm just trying to take out this Baldur. Way to recovery. Nice. I can start using my souls with what they were intended for. Ah, nuts. Oh, crumbs! That was super careless of me. I should have aborted. Ah! I think this might be it. Yeah. This game is about corruption, yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, this is the tricky part, Valiant Cheese, right? Because, like, in Canada, too... so I can't speak to the Australian Conservative Party. But, like, our Conservative Party, so Johnny MacDonald, our first Prime Minister, was a Conservative. Obviously, we inherit a lot from the British system. At some point, the party was transformed into the Progressive Conservative Party. There was a sort of a splinter group that was focused more in the West, so Alberta, BC, called the Reform Party. So essentially, this sort of meant that the more right-wing parties were sort of split, which meant that there would be an extended period of government under the Liberal Party, which is sort of the more central party. I would say a little more left than what it used to be, particularly under Trudeau, but generally a more center party. And that for eventually there were two efforts. So there was the Alliance Party, whose original initials actually were the Canadian Conservative Reform Alliance Party, or the CRAP Party. So suffice to say, they changed the title after people pointed that out. That sort of largely failed to materialize. The Progressive Conservative Party actually was still a going concern, and people definitely felt that this harder right form wasn't appropriate. And so there was a little bit of a shady deal that was cut between the Progressive Conservative and the Alliance Party, which made sort of this new unified Conservative Party, which did ultimately form a government. But it's very clear that the side that won out in that was sort of the reform elements, and that is still sort of what's driving that party today. And so I think this is partly why it has sort of fallen apart after the Prime Minister that had sort of got it a majority. They had one majority and then they were voted out. And so the thing is that when, at least in the Canadian context, right, you have a demonstration of several different flavors of conservatism. Progressive Conservatives under Brian Mulroney, much like Margaret Thatcher, had a genuine concern for environmental issues. It would be very hard to see a Conservative Party today. The current Conservative Party failed to adopt a motion in their party, their caucus or whatever it was, that sort of declared that climate change was real or something. Man-made climate change was real, or whatever the exact proposition was. But because I think there can be the quote-unquote nicer version of that party, and again, I realize that I said Margaret Thatcher and compared it to the Brian Mulroney and the Progressive Conservative Party, so obviously there's a lot of very unhappy memories. Maybe not memories. I certainly don't have memories of Margaret Thatcher, but suffice to say, not the most popular figure. But you can get an example, right, that these parties can change. And so the question ultimately comes down to, and I mean, this is ultimately why I am a believer in democracy, which is that in the long run, over time, that these systems will change. They will, essentially be shifted by the electorate. And that basically I can trust a democracy over time to grow and become a better society. More so than, say, a benign dictatorship that's just going to kind of steer the ship of state to whatever, utopia we're planning on. And so one of the mechanisms behind that is that parties, in addition to, in addition to just sort of the electorate overall, is going to shift. So if I think that parties can take on these more corrosive elements, I also think that they have the capability of divesting those elements, particularly when they prove to be, electorally unsound. But the fact of the matter is parties can die too, right? There isn't a Whig party in the United States. There's no guarantee that the parties that you're familiar with are necessarily going to be around, and it might be that the rot just kind of sinks in so deep that that eventually there's some sort of a split or something, some big event happens that causes it to change. So let's try one more. Hopefully without me ranting too much about politics. Oh no! Yeah, I mean, to a certain extent, I think that's true, Cheese. But I think the other thing is like, I would point out that, like, the Liberal Party of Canada was the one that, they were governing during World War II, and that meant that they were the ones to sort of sign off on the internment of Japanese Canadians. And, like, this is the really important thing. Like, these were Canadian citizens who had their property taken, and they were sent to camps by virtue of their ancestry. That sucked. That's got to be part of the history. I mean, there's tons of really terrible history in Canada. I could, of course, speak to Indigenous issues as well. Or rather, I don't want to say Indigenous issues so much as the issues of our government's treatment of Indigenous people would probably be the more appropriate phrase, because the issue is not the Indigenous people. The fact of the matter is that the Liberal Party, obviously Canada has apologized for its role in that. Canada continues to apologize and needs to improve with regards to its treatment of Indigenous peoples. And again, this is over multiple governments in this particular case. But it would be hard for me to turn around and say, for its treatment of... And like, by the way, I know people who were affected by, like, directly affected by that. So when I was growing up in Vancouver, so that is a particular issue that I feel fairly strongly about. So the thing is that I don't know if I could get on board with the principle that says, the errors, the Liberal Party now needs to be dismantled and something needs to be put in its place for the sins of the past. I think acknowledging that, much like with other people, if you acknowledge error and you apologize, you make amends, we have sort of systems in place to remedy these cases and to sort of reintegrate people either in social networks or in, into society in the case of crime and such. I do think that sort of the problem with the zero tolerance policy is that I suspect if the question of survival is hinging on it, then ultimately the incentive becomes not to admit any culpability. Yeah, and like this is the thing. Like, I think it is sufficient to say for the Conservative Party, like, it has. I am less interested in. I'm less interested into the history. Well, okay, so obviously the history, you can say it's a long-standing problem, and they still haven't fixed it. But yeah, like I think just the problem of the now is sufficient grounds for the condemnation. And then, I suppose the question just becomes, like, is this central to conservative belief, or what exactly is going on here? Because, like, I'll give you another example here, right? In terms of academia, like, the problem, and it varies among disciplines, but in terms of how people are dealing with sexual misconduct in terms of potential an advisor-advisee relationship, potential mentors. Obviously, that's something you can explain at least some gaps in terms of, in terms of the gender composition of certain disciplines, by virtue of the fact that opportunities for mentorship are fewer for women. And it's not just a question of their peers; it's the fact that you have to do some sort of risk assessment as to whether or not an offer for advice is actually an offer for advice, or if it's an effort to try and get a date. And, again, different universities, different professions are going to do better in this regard. I think as a whole, it's fair to say that we've not done a very good job of this in the past. But this has very little to do with the meritocracy story a lot of people like to talk about in these gender disparities. And so, the thing is you could say, academia has been this this haven for a really corrosive culture, which has not been fostering the advancement of human knowledge. And clearly, I don't think the answer I would not want to see there would be that as a result we should abolish the academy. I would actually say that the examples that we see here are the academy failing to live up to its ideal, and that it should be reformed in order to, adhere more closely to that ideal, as opposed to the sins of the past being something that is flawed. But it is important, that type of thinking should not turn into an excuse for continuing on. Recognizing the issue means reforming the issue. And I know in the case of the economics profession, there's actually quite a bit of discussion that came out of that. Ah, man, I'm bad at this. What was that? Alright, I'm taking a mulligan on that. I've hit the 5 hour... Oh, good lord. I'm actually going to run into trouble on this stream tomorrow then. Sorry, I know I had made, no progress over the last little bit. Hopefully the discussion hasn't been too off-putting to people. Oh no! I pointed the wrong way. Ah! Oh no. Okay, I gotta try and heal. Oh, you're kidding me. Ah, alright. Would be 100k with you changing the name of your country as part of saying we have a new identity now, and that's everybody building a new nation together that is not built on the oppression of our indigenous people. You suspect that pushes for a new flag that communicate the same will be successful eventually. There's been a bunch of initiatives over the past 30 years. You don't know much about the academy, but I'm 100% okay with killing UTA. I'm not sure what UTAs are. Replacing it with something less focused on perpetuating pomp and harboring questionable behavior. Maybe something where people at the top don't earn over 100 people's wages at the same time they're downsizing staff. University of Tasmania. Okay. Yeah, I don't really know what's going on there. I will say, having seen the salary thing, the one perspective I can offer is that the university I went to, UBC, has a lot of it's a very well regarded economics department. At least it was when I was there. It's not that long ago that I was gone. And a lot of some really good professors that came from there came as part of this very large migration from Queen's University, which used to be like the crown jewel of Canadian economics. And effectively what happened there was that they stopped putting the money into that department. And ultimately what happened was there was an exodus. Now, the thing that's the real shame is that when I take a look at so I don't regularly read job market papers or something like that, but every once in a while I'll take a look at some of the stuff. There seems to be a lot of added value in Queen. I am pretty impressed by some of the stuff that I see in Queen. So I actually think there's still a good department there. But there's definitely a case where there is top talent that does have a certain expectation as far as sort of earning is concerned. And so ultimately, the idea here is that people are going to basically be, there is a certain sort of salary factor. And of course, because UBC is based in Vancouver, there are very, very high housing costs to factor in as well. So I definitely know that some of the profs that I had, they were the ones who were coming up on the top paid profs in UBC lists that our student paper would put out. And I think probably this is not going to be the answer that you'll like. But for me, it was they're getting what they paid for. Two of the people on that list were the reason I chose that university out of my options when it went through. The one other thing I need to admit too is the challenge is that one of the things that I think the university is competing against in terms of just knowledge, there's a lot of economics PhDs that get hired by Amazon. Amazon keeps all of its data internal. And I have to believe that Amazon has got an exceptionally good view of the economy of most of the regions in which it operates. And so, the fact of the matter is that obviously there's other reforms that you can make in terms of dealing with the Amazon problem. But in the current environment here, if you make pursuing knowledge seeking, especially in areas in which there's a sort of a financial incentive, so if you have the option of going off and let's say you're a psychologist and you could go and do research, or you could go work for Facebook and find an even better way to make people feel terrible about themselves and click on ads. There is a certain point where you'd want to see people be given a reason to do work that is ultimately going to be released to the public, as opposed to internal work that is going to be is going to have the benefit realized entirely by a private company. And so, obviously, if the research doesn't merit the expense, then surely we shouldn't be paying that much. But in some cases, I do actually think high value professors are actually making a salary that they should. Yeah, so that sort of stuff, value chain, that's just corruption. That sort of stuff I don't think should be happening. But obviously that's different from the academy as a whole, or at least in terms of what I'm talking about. Obviously, I think the really important thing on these kinds of discussions is that there is an ideal that these institutions should be operating to. Failure to uphold that ideal means that there's definitely sort of a prima facie case for some kind of reform, or even just an enforcement of the existing rules that for whatever reason haven't been enforced. but the idea of of abandoning that ideal because you have an instance of where it wasn't upheld. It's, again, to me, it's kind of like the democracy's allowed Japanese internment, and I'm like, I absolutely think that was appalling, and I can probably give you even more examples of terrible things that democracies have done, but I would definitely not take that as an example of replacing it with a monarchy. Although, of course, Canada is a constitutional monarchy. But yeah, like, I mean, it's... Ugh. Oh, good lord. Sorry, I did see what you wrote, Cheese. I'm really struggling in the game. But I mean, to the broader point of systems, of course, is that, like, in the end, an institution has to operate in the country or the world that it is. Like, obviously, under a given state of the world, people are going to, are going to operate in a certain way. And of course, there's good arguments for broader social reform, saying it's like, look at how these other things would work so much better if we had this value system. But of course, as I'm sure a lot of countries have learned and keep learning, it's actually really hard to shift values. And it's a shame, because I think there's a lot of very unhelpful beliefs that we have, where we could be a lot better. Like, so, perfect example, right? Like what we were talking about with vaccines before. The idea of a country of such, wealth as Canada, drawing down on COVAX, and again, it being a mechanism that COVAX was built with and had the, was intended to have happen. Canada did what it was allowed to by taking COVAX. But the fact that, the Canadian government makes this choice, and Canadian individuals respond by then vaccine shopping so that they can get the Pfizer one on no basis other than the fact that people on Facebook called it the cool one. Like, that is, to me, a point where every Canadian needs to be doing some soul searching. Like, that is absolutely appalling behavior, in my view. It should be a national shame that this is happening. Like, my sincere hope is that, like, I genuinely hope that there is no case of Canada having a vaccine expire. Like, that's the shooting offense if that happens. And even independent of whether or not it's any of the COVAX vaccine. Like, the fact that we've gotten help from the United States, in terms of getting some extra vaccines and that, like, if we let any expire, that would be a disgrace. I don't know how I'm going to handle this. I'm just going to take it one action at a time. Oh, I got lucky. Would have been nice if I could do some more damage, but like I said, one step at a time. But yeah, like at that point, that's not even a government thing. Like that's genuinely Canadians needing to recognize the seriousness of the moment and the fact that they live in, like, on a planet with other people who can get sick and who will travel to Canada. Like, there's even a self-interested case being made in not wasting vaccine, obviously, but I don't think that's the right. I don't think that's the right ethic. By the way, that doesn't mean that vaccine shopping isn't happening in other countries. It's just, you know, I figure I'll talk to my own country rather than talk about, you know, the terrible things the Americans are doing or whatever. There's plenty of commentary that'll point out the problems with other people's, you know, countries or politics or whatever. Good news, I did get this back on track. I wasted a vengeful spirit, but it feels good to actually be hitting the collector again. Like, I know it's eventually going to take me to a state that's tough to deal with, but nuts. Okay, so now I basically have to heal. Ah! You're kidding me. It's one of the few times I've managed to get one of those first hits coming out of the jars. Nice. Nuts. Oh, that would have been the run there. No! I mean, I got lucky the last couple of times he came barreling through there, so anyways. Pretty slow. Yeah, I mean, my vaccine rollout, I think we're going to call it for tonight. I'll find somebody to host. So sorry for the ignoble defeat. I really do feel I made progress on the collector, but obviously I got a little ranty and I'm coming on 5 hours, so I think that's plenty of time. I would love it if, for those of you who are still around, would hang out. I will find somebody to host. Excuse me. My big problem right now is that my provincial government is in some hot water over its handling of the pandemic, and ultimately it's so there were supposed to be different brackets, and my bracket was coming out, and what they did was they combined the bottom two brackets, which was mine, and like basically everybody can get one. And what that's resulted in is that all of the centers are slammed, and so like I have to wait a month now to get a vaccine. I'm happy that I now have a vaccine booked. That wasn't true about a week ago, But the challenge is that in order to sort of save their bacon, like what they're trying to do is they're trying to create a situation in which they've run out of vaccine, so that all of these times they've been complaining about the federal government, they can actually point to, we would have vaccinated more, but we didn't have enough. So the problem is that this is kind of people's lives you're talking about here, right? Like, there was one rollout plan, and this rollout plan has now been, smushed into one thing because it's politically expedient. And I'm not crazy about it, but I mean, in fairness, it does seem to be that the local clinics are rising to the occasion, and I do have a booking now. It's just really irritating that happened. Anyways, Brian on the Rocks is streaming Apex Legends, and I suspect he's going to be doing some charity streaming. So I know I probably killed any chance for a big host. I don't know what the viewership was looking like during the stream, but for those of you who are sticking around who didn't care for the political stuff, sorry, sometimes it happens. I'm going to be back on Monday for Stellaris. Hollow Knight will be next Friday. I am going to do, if I can find the time, I'm going to do some Pantheon runs on my own just to, just to give myself a little bit of a head start on the week. And then I believe there's a new patch for Industries of Titan coming out next week, so we'll probably be doing that Wednesday. If not, I'll probably go back to Phantom Brigade, because we did finish our last run of Industries of Titan. Crushing defeat, sadly. But anyways, thank you everybody for watching. Brian's a really good guy, fellow dev, so please do enjoy your walk, Valiant Cheese, but maybe come back and ask Brian very important dev questions. So anyways, let's hand it over to him, and again, thank you all for watching.